Hi everyone. I welcome you all to the live session on Power BI tutorial by Intellipaat. This session is conducted by multiple experts who are having more than 15 plus years of industry experience.
But before we begin the session, make sure to subscribe to our channel and also hit on the bell icon so that you will never miss an update from us.
For the successful growth of an organization, it is very important to make right business decisions based on data presented. It is necessary to fetch relevant data and present it in an understandable format. To do this, Microsoft Power BI was designed. Basically, Power BI turns raw data into meaningful and useful information. This Power BI tutorial video will definitely help you to understand all about Power BI and help you to start a career in it. Now let's see the agenda of the day. Firstly, we will begin with Introduction to Business Intelligence. In that, we will tell you what is business intelligence and why is it so important. Post that, we will tell you how to choose BI tools. Then later on, we will introduce you to Power BI and explain you in detail about Power BI architecture and Power BI process. Post that, we have covered few interesting topics of Power BI like connections, transformation, visualization and modeling. After that, we will tell you how to install Power BI. Then later on, we have covered a hands-on demo on how to generate Power BI reports to give you a better understanding of the subject. Then finally, we have covered business intelligence interview questions and answers. So guys, this is the agenda of the video. Now let's begin the session.
Business intelligence is nothing but a process by which we can convert a data into information. A data into information. Now this word process involves a lot of steps. This particular process involves connecting to a data, cleaning the data, analyzing the data, drawing insights from the data, sharing the insights with the concerned stakeholders or the business owners or the end users. Now this process is overall is defined as a business intelligence. We'll be learning this process in depth and in a very wider sense through Power BI. So this BI, when you get hold of this BI concept, it will help you to understand the following features. And the very first feature is it will help you to define the KPIs. The KPI stands for key performance indicators. Means in simple word, it will allow you to define the target and comparing the actual against that particular target. Second, the knowledge of business intelligence will always help you to do a process benchmarking, means improving an existing process with the help of data by taking data driven decisions, forecasting, or any approach which will make that particular process better than the previous version. Third, it will help you to understand the customer insights. Every business has a customer, right? It will help you to understand the business problems, identify the business problems, and solving those problems with the help of data, getting actionable informations from the data, and having a competitive advantage. Now, if you can capitalize the first six features of BI, the last one will automatically fall in place. Guys, one thing I wanted to make very clear over here, there is a huge requirement of data specialist because the industry is going through a huge transition of digitization. And data is the only source, or is the data is the only weapon through which digitization can be implemented. Now, this is the correct time to learn a tool like this by focusing on the importance of this tool by solving business problems and solving them. Now, when I started my career, guys, I was working as an individual contributor. Even today, I work as an individual contributor, but yes, I also manage teams sometimes, depending upon the business requirements, where I have to work closely with data scientists or data engineers to understand the complexities of the data and how we can integrate them with tools like Power BI. This was a very common question I used to come across, that as how we can choose a BI tool. And these were the something that I have pointed out with my experience working with various tools. The first is technical compatibility. Means the tool can be easily integrated with any traditional data source. Whether you can say Microsoft Access or you can say SQL Server, the tool should have a reporting capabilities, obviously yes, because without getting a proper insights from the data in terms of report, we cannot just use the tool for modeling the data, right? The tool should also provide quality of data visualization. You will be surprised to know that Power BI has more than 280 plus visuals by through which we can represent the data. Power BI can be easily collaborated with any other data connectors, the most commonly used data connectors in the industry. It also allows you to build device specific reports and dashboards and many other requirements. As and when you will try to explore this, you will come to know. Now this is the golden rule of working with any BI project that we will follow every day, each and every time we come across a data where we need to work with Power BI. Please try to keep this image, try to save this image in your mind. Everything starts with business understanding, guys. You need to understand the business. Without understanding the business, you cannot proceed forward. You have to understand each and every process of the business, process, sub process, each and every components of the business, and then you have to understand the data. Now when I say data understanding, what do I mean? Data understanding means, let's elaborate this particular step. When I say data understanding, you need to focus on some of the things like whether the data is a structured data or unstructured data, whether data needs to be cleaned or we can use the data directly for analysis, whether the data is capable of making business decisions or not, whether the data can be used, is ready to be used for solving business problems, whether the correct data is getting captured so that we can use that particular data for doing analysis. What is the data source? How many tables are do we require to get the business questions, to get the answers for the business questions basically? So these are all part of the data understanding step. And once you understand the data, if the data requires cleaning or the data needs to be prepared by removing certain ambiguities or null values or structuring the data, we'll do that in the data preparation stage. And then once the data is cleaned, the data is structured, we'll use the data for data modeling, creating a model. And what do we do in the data modeling stage? We work with various types of tables by breaking the tables into smaller tables. We'll focus on two kinds of tables: a table which can be used for calculations, a table which cannot be used for calculation. We focus on establishing the connection between the tables at the modeling stage. We focus on building formulas and functions at the modeling stage and finding those informations which are not available in the data coming from the source. For example, finding the customer's age with the help of the customer's birth details. At this particular stage of data modeling, we'll focus on building visuals, reports, dashboards, using various tips and tricks and various techniques. And once everything is done in the modeling stage, we'll start evaluating the report that we have built against the business questions that are for which the report has been built. Now, if your report is able to answer the business questions, then you can deploy it to the next level. If not, that means you have failed to understand the business. You have to again go back and start your process again. And all these steps revolves around only one concept, that is data. So these are all very important steps for understanding to work with any business requirement. First, understand the business. Second, understand the data. Are you working with the right data? Is that data capable of taking care of the business questions? Then go to the next stage of data preparation, where it depends on the data whether it needs to be cleaned or not. If yes, go for it. If not, go for the data modeling stage. where we'll start breaking the data into small tables, keeping the tables for calculation at one group, keeping the tables for that cannot be used for calculation another group, building the visuals, reports, dashboards, working with functions and formulas, building the dashboard stories, and then evaluating that particular report or dashboard against the business questions and deploying it to the next stage. And Power BI will help you to do all these things. Power BI helps you to implement all these steps in a very systematic, in a very structured way by using two important components of Power BI. First, the Power BI desktop. Second, the Power BI service or the Power BI mobile apps. So basically Power BI service and Power BI mobile apps falls under the same category. Now while learning Power BI, we'll follow two different approach. First, create. Second, publish. So we'll create the report using Power BI desktop and we'll publish that report with the help of Power BI service. Now what is Power BI desktop? I'll give you a detailed explanation of everything, don't worry. Power BI desktop is an application which is installed in your local system. With the help of that particular application, you create the report. Just like you create a software, you develop a report. And then you publish that particular report to the Power BI service. It's an online service, it's an online platform, or you can say it's the final resting place of your report once you develop the report using Power BI desktop application. And if you ask me a simple architecture of Power BI, this is the best way you can understand it. First, we prepare the data by connecting the data from the various sources. It can be a database, it can be a flat file, it can be a web page, it can be an API, it can be a live streaming data, and we transform the data if required, and then we load it to the Power BI report view. Over here, you can see a data warehouse, but basically we don't work with the data warehouse concept in Power BI desktop. We work with a report view concept where we load the data once we clean it. And from the report view, you prepare the visualizations by creating the data models and everything, and you share it to the business users. Now, if you ask me to define the process of Power BI, what exactly we do once we encounter the data, once we hit the data source, these are the 5 steps we perform. First, data connection. Now, we'll understand this 5 process visually. The first is data connection. If I ask you to focus only on an image, you can see that Power BI can be easily connected with various kind of data source. Can be a cloud base, can be a flat file, can be a database, can be a third-party data connector. And once we connect the data, we transform the data. Again, I will ask you guys to focus on an image where we transform a messy data into a structured data. If you can see on this particular square, this square represents a structured data, and this broken pieces of square shows you a messy data. And then we model the data where we break the table into very small pieces of tables which can be easily used for the reporting purpose to build the model. And then we create visuals from that particular model. And once the visuals are ready, we publish them to the Power BI service. That's it. Now, in the next few weeks, we are going to work in depth on each of these steps. We'll see how we can connect to the various kinds of data connectors. We'll understand the complexities of data transformation. We'll build some very interesting data model. We'll work with very with some of the most commonly used visuals in terms of default and custom visuals, and then we'll see how we can publish the report and how we can work in the Power BI service platform. Now, if you ask me to do a summary of the process, this is how it will be presented visually. We'll connect to our data, we'll create the reports, the Power BI, we publish it to the Power BI service. You can see this cloud icon over here. And from there, we can share it to the intended user. So basically, we'll be focusing on creating the report, publishing the report, and sharing it to the end user. Now, there will be two kinds of memory usage you will be working with. First, the Power BI desktop, second the Power BI service. In Power BI desktop, we'll be using an inbuilt SQL Server analysis service where when we connect to a data from any data source, that data is stored in the internal memory of the Power BI desktop. And the same mechanism works for the Power BI service. So I'm just showing you a glance, a high level view as how we will be working in the different types of memory usage for desktop and Power BI service. And these are not so tough. These are very easy things to understand. We'll also work on creating PBIX format reports on which the Power BI reports are saved. And we'll also focusing on these components while we're learning. We come across these terms like data sets, reports, visualizations, dashboard, tiles. But we can only implement these components when we know the installation of Power BI. Now here, this is the most important part which I'm going to discuss today. Now, when I talk about installation, there are two ways by which you can install Power BI. And second, from the Microsoft Store. Now, please avoid installing it from the Microsoft Store. I'll tell you why. But before that, let me discuss with you the system requirement for working with Power BI Desktop. The very first thing that I'm going to tell over here is Power BI Desktop doesn't have an Apple or a Linux version. Power BI Desktop only has a Windows version. So if you're using an Apple's or a MacBook or a Linux system, please try to get a Windows system as soon as possible. However, there are certain workaround working with Apple by using a Windows virtual machine, but those things will make things very, very slow, dead slow to work with. In terms of the hardware requirement, Power BI doesn't work with Windows 7 operating system. So upgrade your OS to either Windows 8 or above first. Second, if you're using you should have minimum 8 GB of RAM in your system to use Power BI because Power BI is a very heavy application. So in terms of the system requirement, you should have Windows 8 or above with 8 GB of RAM, and we should have always a Windows system. Power BI doesn't work with a MacBook or a Linux version system. Now coming to the installation part, always try to install it from this particular link rather than Microsoft Store. Why? Because if you install with Microsoft Store, every month there's some new updates that come across your application. Now if you install it to Microsoft Store, then those updates will be automatically installed in the background. You will have no idea what new updates are coming across. But if you install it through this particular official link, this website, you have to manually install the updates every time the new updates pop-ups in your application. It will prompt you to install the new updates, and that gives you a chance to know what are the new things are coming in your way, because this is quite a new tool in the market and there are a lot of new updates are coming. It's getting updated rigorously every month with the new updates in terms of the reports, the visuals, the formulas and functions which are getting included in this particular package. And once you come to this particular site, you have to click on select the language, you have to click on download, and you have to select the exe file depending upon the operating system bit size. If you have a 64-bit operating system, go for this one or go for this particular setup. And you can click on next, and the total size of this application is 345 MB, which will get downloaded into your local system. Then you can click on the exe file, and it is as easy to install as any other Microsoft application just by following the instructions. And once you install it, you will get an icon like this. You can see, if you can follow my cursor over here, and this will be the first screen when you fire up your application. Now you might need to log into this particular application, but not now. I will tell you when you have to log into this application and how you can log into this application, because you cannot use your personal email ID. You need a business mail ID to log into Power BI Desktop. Now this was all about the installation.
Now I will show you how to generate a Power BI report. For that, I need to open Power BI Desktop first. So I will open Power BI Desktop, and you can see this is my Power BI Desktop and it is open now. What I need to do in the first place is that I need to import my data source, because without data we cannot create any report. And for that, I need to click on get data. This is the easiest way to import your data. And I need to select the file format. And because my file or data set which I'm going to use to show you this is in Excel format, I will simply click over Excel and connect. Once you do that, you will find this browse menu or browse option, whatever you want to say. And from over there, you have to browse and select your file. I don't need to browse it because it's right here. So I will simply click on it and open. Once I do that, I find these options. Over here, I can see the number of sheets that I have in that Excel file. And I have only one sheet, so it's kind of mentioned over here. Now I need to select this. However, you can select as many sheets as you want if there are multiple sheets. So once I select this, I get a preview of that sheet with parameters and values. So this is basically how my data looks like. I have fuel economy, cylinder, display, horsepower, rear axle ratio, then I have weight, Q-sec, number of forward gears and carburetors. So what does this basically mean? So this is kind of the internal parameters in a car. So I'm going to make an actionable dashboard or a report using which you will be able to understand this data more clearly. So for now, I have selected this and I will click on load. Now I can say that my data is loaded over here. And how can I say that? I can say that because in this field section, I can see my sheet 1 over here, and under that these are my parameters. So using these parameters, I can create graphs and visualize them. And how can we do that? For doing that, or for creating a graph or a visualization in the first place, I have to select a visualization out of these options. Suppose I want to create a column chart. So I'll simply click on column chart. As you can see, this visualization opens, and when this opens, I will simply expand it to make sure that this is clearly visible to you. Now that this is open, I will go on and concentrate on my parameters. What I mean to say is that I need to select the parameters using which I will create the graph. Before doing that, I want you to see these two things. So this is the fields pane and this is the format pane. In the fields pane, you have different options: axis, legend, value, tooltips, then you have filters and drill through. So what you need to do here is that you have to take a parameter from here and drop it over here. Basically, this axis represents x-axis, value represents y-axis. So this is basically an area using which you can control your parameters. So we will work on that. Suppose I want to see a graph between, okay, let's say weight and number of forward gears. So I will take number of forward gears and drop it over here. You see this add data fields here, right? I simply drop it on top of that. So that will be loaded. And the next thing I need to do is I will take this weight and drop over here. Add data fields here under value. I will drop it over there. So instantaneously you can see that a graph is generated. Now what does this graph mean? What basically means is that the number of gears that I have, suppose there are 3 gears in my car or 4 or 5 forward gears, accordingly the weight is getting changed. As you can see, if I click over here, this gets selected and this gets deselected. So what to do now? Suppose I am not happy with the title of my visualization. What I can do is that I can go to the format pane, and in my format pane I can click titles, and in place of weight by number of forward gears, I can simply write graph 1. This is just to show you. So I write graph 1. If I want, I can change the font color. I'll change it to this color. I don't know what we call this, but okay, I'll change it to this. But still my alignment is over here, so I will make it center aligned, but still it is not clearly visible. So I'll increase the text size. As you can see, now it is kind of visible. I will switch on or enable the borders. Okay, and on top of that, I will make sure that data labels are on. So what happens with data labels is that you get instantaneous data. I mean, look at the graph and you can judge. If you don't want this, you can simply move your mouse cursor over here and you will find data. So on taking my mouse pointer over here, what I can see is that number of forward gears is 3 and weight is 58.39. Over here, number of forward gears is 4, weight is 31.40, and that is how the graph is working. But now if I want to see this graph but as a stacked bar, so what I need to do is that I will simply click on this stacked bar over here and I can see this as a bar. Or if I want this as a 100% stacked bar, so I'll click that and you can see the difference. But 100% doesn't work because we only have 2 parameters. Or suppose I need a line chart. Click on the line chart and I can see the differences. For 3 it is 58.39, for 4 it is 31.40, for 5 it is 13.16. So that is how it works. Now suppose I want to see this as an area chart. I'll click that and it happens. So you can customize your visualizations the way you want. But these were only for 2 parameters. Now suppose I want to add more parameters over here. So what I will do is I will select the right option from here. Let's say I will select line and stack column chart. So what will happen over here is that in this fields pane, I will get one more option with the name line values. Now I can add one more parameter over here. Now suppose I want to see my fuel economy. So what I need to do is that take this fuel economy and drop it over here. And you can see the fuel economy appears as a graph. It's quite clear, right? See, just because there is no value of weight over here, we can see only number of forward gears and fuel economy. But if I move my cursor over here, I can kind of see everything. Now, suppose I want to add one more parameter over here. Suppose I want to add number of cylinders with weight. So what I need to do is that I will take cylinders and put it over here under this weight added. So as you can see, my graph changed. So here I can see my cylinder value, here I can see my gear to weight ratio, and here I can see my fuel economy. Now I want to create one more graph. So this is done. I can minimize it, take this to a corner, and now suppose I need to add an API. So I'll click that key performance indicator. So what I will do is that once I select that, I will simply select fuel economy and drag it on indicator. I'll take horsepower and drag it to this axis. Now when I added horsepower to trend axis, you can see I see a value over here. And what does that mean? See, there are different filters over here also. If I want, I can apply filters is greater than, then apply filter. But there are not much parameters over here, so there is no point of doing that. So what this basically does is that it kind of adds value. You see your sum over here. If I want average, I'll click on average. You see a graph, it is changing. Suppose I want count is 1. Suppose now I want standard deviation. So what this necessarily means is that this value or the indicator is the fuel economy, and the trend axis that is going in the background, that actually means the horsepower.
Just a quick info, guys. Intellipaat provides Power BI online certification training in partnership with Microsoft, mentored by industry experts. The course link is given in the description below. Now, let's continue with the session.
And as you can see, is continuously changing for these different aspects. So count distinct, it's 1, and this also changes accordingly. Suppose I need minimum 15. So this is the fuel economy and this is changing in the background, the horsepower. Now suppose I need to create a donut chart or a pie chart. Let's create a pie chart. So I change that. For pie charts, as you can see different options over here. If I select this, all others are deselected. So let's maximize this to make it easy to understand for you. As you can see in this pie chart, different values appear. So here the horsepower is 65, minimum of fuel economy is 33.90. Similarly, it changes. So this is again a ring chart or a donut chart as we say. Again, this means the same. So this is how you can work around Power BI desktop. You can change your values, or if I want, I can add one more horsepower over here in this values and I will see this. So this basically shows horsepower and this shows the sum of it. I want average, so I click on average and I can see the values changing. Wait, I'll maximize that. See. Now, suppose I want BI generally acts. Now, I can do one more thing. I can simply select any of these values, drag it and drop it in this canvas directly. By doing that, just because this is a single value, a column chart is created and Power BI does it on its own, because Power BI has the ability to kind of understand the data that we are ingesting in, and it creates visualizations on its own. Now let's see, I take horsepower and put it on top of here. So a new graph is created. So this is like horsepower versus display. But now I'm not happy with this and I want to change this. So I simply select this graph, click this gauge. Now you can see it changes. So these are many ways how to create visualizations. This is how you can do it. So we created this graph, we created this indicator, we have this KPI. In this KPI you can see all these different values. We have this indicator. So now what we can do is that, suppose I am done with this and this is the report that I wanted to generate. So now I have to publish this. But before that I need to save it first. So I'll save as report 1, and this report 1 will have an extension of PBIX. That means it's a Power BI file, and I will save it in my desktop. So save. So this is saved. So what this means is that I can take that file and click on any Windows 10 operating system or any desktop which has Windows 10, and if it has Power BI, then this will open directly. On top of that, I can click on publish. By doing that, I will publish this report to the web. See, I'll show you. I'll click on publish. It will be taken to my workspace. So I will select my workspace. Now this report 1 is being published to Power BI. See, now it is published. So I can open report1.pbix in Power BI. What this means is that once I click on this, I will open Power BI service. As you see, we open Power BI service over here. So I'll sign in. I will use the same account that I was using. I'll enter the password and sign in. So this is my Power BI service, Power BI cloud service, and this is not free actually, but for first 60 days you can use it for free. So as you can see over here, I have several options. I can see shared with me. No one has shared any contact in this account, so I can't see anything. I can click over my workspace, and over here I will find under reports report 1. I click on report 1 and I find my report. You can see this report, right? And now this is on the web. So for sharing this, I can either share it with someone by clicking on this option, or copy this link and send this link to the person whom I want to share this. And by simply accessing this on any browser, they can open this report directly. So in this portion, what we can do is that we can pin live page. So in pin live page, I will click this. I will create a new dashboard under the name, let's say Roshan or BI demo. Then I pin it live. Now it is pinned to dashboard. So either you can create a phone view or go to dashboard. Or I can do one thing, I can simply, or if I want to add more visuals over there, I can simply pin this visual, existing dashboard, Roshan Power BI demo, pin. And once I pin those things, I can find my dashboards over here in the left side. Under this dashboard, I have this Roshan Power BI demo. So I click over here and I find my options. I had this display that I had pinned later, and I had this whole report in the first place. So if you remember, we had this Power Q&A feature. So you can simply ask questions about your data directly over here using simple English and you will get answers. So suppose I will write total weight, and I find the total weight is 102.95. Suppose I want to see display, and I find it here. All I need to do is that, suppose I want display minus total weight. Can't display the visual. Okay. But that is how it basically works. Over here you can find your usage metrics, and you can simply click over here and open it. That's how it works. So this is basically all about Power BI. And finally, if you want to share this, simply click over share this dashboard, enter an email address with whom you want to share. Suppose I want to share this with roshan.intellipaat@gmail.com. See, now you will find this message. One or more email addresses with the following domains are outside your organization, gmail.com. Just because my account was created by the extension intellipaat.com, I can't use gmail.com. I have to share this with someone who has an extension gmail.com. So I will write bala@intellipaat.com, and it works. So I can share this with people who work in my organization. That's all. On top of that, you can provide access also. You can, once they are your partners or you are connected to them in Power BI, you can provide your colleagues access over here also. So this is pretty much it about how Power BI works.
Now we have created our first basic dashboard with Power BI. We have good range of visualizations here. So now let's publish this to the cloud Power BI service. So we are still in Power BI desktop. Let's publish this to Power BI service. So for that we need to have an account. So I already have an account. I have logged in. So when you launch Power BI desktop, it will ask you if you have an account, login. So I had an account, so I logged in. So that's why you can see my name here. So now I want to publish this to Power BI service. I simply click on this icon. So clicking on this icon will take that. So I already have some file, a data set named Lands Transportation Corp there on the cloud service. So let's replace that. But this file, this DXP, this analysis file will be new. Okay, got it. So now it published to Power BI. So if you want to open, you can click on this link and you can go there, or you can log into your cloud account and you can see your analytics there. So what I'll do, I'll click it here. Okay, let's not do this with IE. Okay, first let it get open there. Yeah, so this is a link. Copy this link, get out of here. Let's close the data file because we don't need it now. Okay, so it'll ask for the login. So I have this Microsoft account. It's asking for mobile authentication. Here you go. This is Power BI Cloud Service. This is a dashboard that I just created. Okay, so this is the actionable dashboard. You click on data, the data get filtered. So you see this is the data. So the filter works on all levels of data. So if you want to select multiple bars, you can control and click. You can press control and select multiple bars of data. Yeah, so this is the actionable dashboard now we have in Power BI Cloud Service. So this is how the cloud service looks like. So when you deploy a report, that will come here in this section, reports, in this section. So now from here you can compose a master dashboard. What you can do, you can select the icons, select total revenue, you click on them. So it will ask you to create a new dashboard or to any other existing dashboard. I'll select new dashboard. I'll name it as enhanced dashboard and just pin it. Okay, so now you see this is a new dashboard got created here, and we can see that as a tile here. See that visualization is a tile here. Now if I click on this tile, it will take you back to that report, the dashboard, underlying report. We can pin multiple visualizations there. Yeah, airlines dashboard. Yeah, pin it. I'll pin one more KPI, and then this map. Let's get check out dashboard. This is how this dashboard looks. You can arrange them conveniently.
Just a quick info, guys. Test your knowledge of Power BI by answering this question. What area do you go to change and reshape the data in Power BI? A. Data transformation. B. Data editing. C. Question editor. D. Data modeling. Comment your answer in the comment section below. Subscribe to Intellipaat to know the right answer. Now, let's continue with the session.
Just drag and drop. So you don't develop any visualizations here. So this is pinning from already existing dashboards. This acts as a master dashboard. If you click on that, so it gives you an aggregated brief overview of the data. We can pin visualizations from multiple dashboards into this canvas. Okay, let's leave it there. So the natural language query option that I showed you is not available at a report level, but it is at a master dashboard level. So now when we have pinned something here, now we see here, ask a question about your data. I can comfortably ask a question like this: total revenue. So this is my total revenue. You see there, that's my total revenue. Say in August, I can just select month, particular month. It changed. See, total revenue this is in August. You saw the variance. I say just total variance. This is my total revenue in August. This is the total revenue in August. Okay. Say revenue by source city. So let's select here city. You see, I will see what top 5 revenue. I have no visualizations for all this. See, top 5 revenue by source city. Origin state or origin city. Okay, this would generally come up in descending order of this. I can change a chart type also here as line chart. I can see it as a line chart or a bar chart. I can set. It's just not that. Once you Once you start once you uh, finish creating a visualization, you can actually do some more enhancements. You can go at a visualization fields level. If you don't want this as a bar, you want this as a pie chart, yeah, you can convert that into a pie. And you want to change color schemes, yeah, you can change. You can do further modifications, and then straight away pin that visualization to your dashboard. That's it. Now get back to the dashboard. You have that here. You have that sweet pie here. So just created by human computer interaction. Yeah, it's not that tough. Okay, arranging this. Okay, there you go. Fine. So now, so this is master dashboard. So here you can place tiles. You can now, when you click them, you'll get back to the original reports. You can run natural language queries. Yeah, you can compose. You can create ad hoc reports like that. So that's one ad hoc report that I created. That pie there. Okay. So you can start sharing your application from here. You can go. You can check out the notifications that you have. Select a particular visualization. And so this menu is getting changed every now and then. As I told you, right, this is highly evolving tool right now. There are a lot of enhancements, improvements that are being made to this application. There is this option. Okay, so we have no notifications. Uh, so I think so just that share option is disabled here. So we can add accounts here. So if you have any Power BI subscription users, you can add them. You can add the users to this report here. I'll show that shortly. So now here the another feature is the another way in which you can publish this report is by creating it as an embedded copy. So when you click on this publish to web, so it will create a copy, embed copy. So now you see this iframe code here. Yeah, you close this. Now anybody with a link, with this link, can access, can analyze, can view our analytics. So this can be freely embedded into any application. So this is Power BI embedded. You see, so this is a page. You don't get all that features here, the settings, filters, dashboard options. Yeah, at the moment there is no natural language query support also in this embedded copy, but still this is an actionable dashboard. You can still click this view data, check everything that you are interested in. So this is possible. So this is possible with Power BI embedded. This is the other way. So this is an easy integration into other applications, your existing reporting applications, quickly integratable. So yeah, so just created that link there. Okay, so we have two data sets, workbooks. We have multiple options here. We will keep exploring the options as and then we progress in our course. So for now, so that's an end-to-end flow. So we created an application in our desktop, Power BI desktop. We created a dashboard. We published that to the net, Power BI cloud service. We got that here under report section. We pinned some visualizations to the dashboard. We created a new dashboard and we pinned. Actually, we can pin the entire page. This entire page we can pin into a dashboard. Okay, and there we used some natural query languages, and we also show how to publish it to the internet. Okay, yeah, you see, you here we have this share option. Okay, we have share option at a dashboard level. This is what I wanted to show you. So if you click on this, it will give you a panel here. So anybody with cloud subscription, that email address, if you add that here, yeah, you can grant access. So a mail will be sent to them, and once they log in their workspace, they will see our reports. So that's how this cloud, so there is no local setup, there is no local infrastructure for Power BI reports. So everything is on cloud. The only thing you can set up locally is a gateway, Power BI gateway, to talk to on-premise databases. Hi, so here we have the basic dashboard built and published to cloud service. So we will go explore further in the next assignment on how to perform calculations. Here we haven't done any calculations. We got the data as is and then we represented with some set of visualizations and we published. But this won't be the case in real-time situation. So you often run into need of writing a custom formula or a expression or a calculation to uh, represent data in your visualizations, right? So we have options in Power BI for doing that. So the next assignment is targeting on the data calculations using DAX expression. So DAX stands for data analysis expression. So I'll give an introduction on the DAX and then we'll do write some couple of formulas on the data, existing data, and create visualizations on top of them. We'll discuss more of DAX in upcoming assignments. So for this assignment, we'll target on introduction to DAX. And also we'll get two new data sets into the analysis. We already have trips data that is coming from the Excel source. Now I'll import two more data sets into this Power BI desktop. So the data sets would be coming from open data feed. Our data is open data feed. So this is a data feed that is hosted on web. So it's like a complete data warehouse being hosted on web, and we can get data feeds that we are interested in. Okay, so that feeds that would match my data are yeah, categories. So in this navigator I can simply see the preview and select the ones that I need. Yeah, shippers. Okay, load. So that will also embed directly into my analytics file. You can see these two tables, now they are added here. Go to this panel, I can see those two tables here. Okay. So the good thing with Power BI desktop is the moment you add any new tables into the analysis, if there are any relations between the two tables, they are automatically created like this here. You see, I have trips data, categories and shipper because they already have keys in my data, shipper key and category key. So they are matched. Go and check out the definition of this relation. You can see here trips category ID, categories category ID. Yeah, same is the case with the shippers. So these relations are auto created in Power BI. So now we'll get back to the trips database. Okay, so this is the transactional data I have here. If you actually observe here, so here there is no option to write any expression for this visualizations. You see, we can only drag and drop fields here. We can drag, we can drop, we can configure those fields, we can format, we can set reference lines, but we can't actually write any expressions at visualization level. All the expression writing should take place at a table level like this here, a new measure or a new column at the back end. So entire expression writing in Power BI is divided into two forms. Either you do a row level calculation, that is row context, or a set level calculation, which is set context. Row level calculation is something like creating a column out of some existing column. Okay, subtracting these two values and creating a new column. So that is you do at row level. Okay, so that is row context, which is new column. And what is set context? Set context is new measure, creating an aggregated value. Maybe I want to find out the maximum of this ship days or miles, total miles or ship days. Yeah, so that is an aggregated value which is at a set level. So that is set context. So for such needs, we'll create a measure. So we have to decide first what we want to create. We want to create a measure or we want to create a column. For both, we will use DAX. Okay, so DAX is very simple. We don't need to worry about that. If you are at least some aware of Excel formula writing, you can easily pick on that. Is because DAX is completely Excel formula based. But it is more than that. Yeah, but still for now, we can consider it like that. Okay, now I'll create a column. In this assignment, I'll only focus on row context. I will do row level operations, only row level operations. So I'll create a new column. So here I have ship date and then delivery date. Ship date is when it was started for shipping and delivery date is when it was delivered. So this is a target. So it's saying that it should not take beyond this. So this is minimum expectation set. If you see, this is January 4th, it started for shipping, 2 days, so it should arrive for 6th, January 6th, which is the case here. So this is on-time delivery. Okay, but there could be some variance. So here June 7 and 8. So this is 1 day early because 7 plus 2 is 9. Ideally should be delivered by 9, but there is an early delivery. Okay, yeah, there will be cases like this, not in India. Okay, so now go and create new column, and in this I'll write a formula. Delivery days equal to ship date minus, okay, I'll do it the other way. Actually should be done the other way. Delivery date minus ship date. Okay, we have now a new column created here, but now right now this is in date format. But generally this expression will return a whole number because that context is not set, data type is not set. So select the column, go to modeling, and you can see data type. Why I am not seeing data type highlighted? Ship days. This should get highlighted generally. Okay. Okay, there is some issue here. Delivery date. Yeah, delivery date. Sorry, not delivery date minus delivery date. Delivery date minus ship date. So that's what I did here. So I got this date column. Fine. Okay. Now you can see here the data type and format. It is assuming that it is a date column and it is giving you this format option, date format option. Okay, but that's not the case. So let's change the data type. Change it to whole number. Yeah. Okay. Now you should be seeing it in actual form. Okay, fine. So this is delivery days. Okay. Uh, Fine. All values seems to be okay. See here, huge negative values. Okay, this is because these are the shipments that are never delivered. Various reasons. Uh, Maybe address was wrong. People were not there at home. Okay, met with an accident. Well, no, or not ready. Goods were not ready for shipping. Various reasons the delivery are undelivered, so the date is null. So this is not correct. So to show this as a big number here, so let's do some more calculation here. We'll do a conditional statement here. If is blank, delivery date, then put 0, else do a subtraction. So if it is undelivered, there is no point in calculating the difference. Let's take it as just 0. Okay, so all these values will change. Okay, there you see. Okay, fine. So now I got delivery days. I'll go I'll go to the next level and I'll calculate delivery status. Add one more column, new column. Delivery status. So this I will calculate based on the days. So here, so I have delivery days and then ship days, right? So if both are matching, then yeah, correct. So that is on time delivered. Let's see the combinations. If delivery days is equal to ship days, then it is on time. Another if statement, if delivery days is less than ship days, then it is early delivery. If it is not on time, if it is not early, then the last option you don't have to check. We can directly write late. Late delivery. Okay. So we got on time, early, and late deliveries. We have missed out one more. So what about undelivered? It will be delivery days would be 0. So we have to handle that as well. So we'll do what? We'll put one more if clause on top of this nested if statement. If the same thing we did for delivery days. If delivery date is blank, then undelivered. Else do all this. If is blank, undelivered. Else do. Okay, if okay, we haven't closed bracket here. Okay, now I got this new calculated column which will tell me the delivery status in a readable way, readable format. I see we can write this expression in many ways. I can actually directly do on dates, like if ship date is equal to, so generally ship date will not be equal to delivery date. So if you add ship days to ship date plus ship days, if it is equal to delivery date, then it is on time. If ship date and plus days is less than delivery date, uh, then it is early delivery. Yeah, so like that I can write a calculation. So I can write calculation in many ways. Okay, so here I have demonstrated a way. So I first calculated delivery days, because in delivery days also I can use in some way, and then I derived one more column, delivery status. So these are row level operations. So that way we create a new column, and these are called row context. Okay, so here we go, we have a column here. So now let's get back to the report panel. Create a new page, name it as delivery analysis. Now get that delivery status, the column that we just created. See, now we have just verifying whether we got it correct or not. Then trip ID. Yeah, so yeah, total 2k trips, and this is a split. Yes, this came out correct. We have early, late, on time, and undelivered. Delete this. Now we'll start building the analytics. Do Control Z. Switch this into a pie chart. So this is what I got now. On time, late, early, and yeah. So we'll change colors a bit.
Just a quick info guys. Test your knowledge of Power BI by answering this question. The principal arrival of Power BI depends on which of the following: A. Microsoft Excel, B. Microsoft Word, C. Microsoft PowerPoint, D. Microsoft Outlook. Comment on your answers in the comment section below. Subscribe to Intellipaat to know the right answer. Now, let's continue with the session. Just a quick info guys. Intellipaat provides Power BI online certification training in partnership with Microsoft, mentored by industry experts. The course link is given in the description below. Now, let's continue with the session.
So if colors, can convey, so early means good, right? So yeah, I'll put some contrasting colors. Late, undelivered, represented in a different color. Early, yeah, some good shade. Okay, so fine. So we got this here. On-time deliveries, late, and we can see that late sector is relatively small compared to the entire stack. Yeah, you can put stacked percentage bar chart like this, and you can analyze data by trip. So you can see here. So if you take the on-time deliveries compared to on-time deliveries, late or nothing, so just the 3%. Yeah. Okay. So now I will go and convert this into a pie chart, and in the pie I'll put some more fields, some more categories, like uh, after finding out that undelivered items are more compared to late deliveries, I want to further analyze where the problem is. So I will provide some more attributes here. So on the legend I will drag and drop company name. So now this is drillable to the next level. So I go and click. So now I can see by company. So this is now, right now it's giving only volume, how many trips were made by each company. So these are the vendors for my company. So I have tie-ups with them, they do the shipping for me. Okay, so now I can see that yeah, United packages have more shipmates getting more business from me. Okay, so the other way is enable this mode, drill mode, and now if you click on undelivered, so it will take you to the data related to that particular undelivered packages. So in undelivered, you can see that everyone is contributing equally, 25%, 25%, 50%. This is 50% because we already saw that we have more shippings here for United packages. You go late and check out. So late, you can clearly see the difference. Only United Packers and Federal Shipping. So the third player is nowhere seen here. So who is the third player? Speedy Express. So there are no late deliveries from Speedy Express. You see, you click on late deliveries. Yeah, so we can see what good they are doing, but there are no late deliveries, and we can replicate that business model in other segments or sectors. Just not that, we can go further. After we got delivery, we can actually go and look out and check by state. Maybe somebody is doing good in some state and not in other state. You want to check out and replicate those practices. So you go check federal is doing well. Okay, again they are doing well in Illinois IL compared to any other state, and Michigan. Yeah, so we can see like that. So this drill option we have for every visualization. We have two kinds of drill. At a time you drill down to the next levels like this, drill down, drill up, or you can enable this and drill by slice, the actual slicing. So you see this option, this will at a time will put all the data at once here, late, speedy, express, by state, like that. So it will give everything merge and show it on single canvas. Okay, so drilling by merging, this option, this is newly added, good option. Okay, so we can do that. as well. If you do this, it will just, you will not be able to relate from which which slice we got this. So if we do this, we can relate actually. So undelivered federal shipping, on time United, on time speed, on time federal. You go further again, on time United. You see the hover message, on time United Packers, Ohio. So that is a state. We got all three on a single slice. This is another kind of drill down. We have totally three kinds of drill down. Plain drill down, go level by level. Yeah. Split for every category. Then go by hierarchical drill down. So this is hierarchical drill down. Or selected drill down. You select a particular size and drill only that particular focused area, interested area. So we have three kinds of drill downs. Okay, now let's put one more visualization here. So which would be stack bar. So in stack bar, what I'll do, I'll bring categories, category name, and then total miles versus loaded miles, variation between total miles okay. We'll switch this to side by side stack. I can now see that I can see here that in general total miles will be more. So the difference between total miles and loaded miles will give you dead miles, empty miles. So the concept here is, so total miles will include the miles that incurred in sending our truck to the pickup place, and once the truck the delivery is done, again when it comes back empty to our warehouse. So all that miles is included in total miles. Loaded miles are the miles only for which the truck was actually carrying the load. So the difference between the loaded miles and or the summation of loaded miles and empty miles will give you total miles. So we should, yeah, I think I already said this earlier. So now I'll put a reference line on this. I select the visualization, so go reference line. We can add a bunch of reference lines. So these are analytical lines, so these are available for few visualizations, mainly for bar visualizations. So you go and select an average line. So I'll put an average line by total miles. Yeah. So you see, so these two are almost making the average, they are meeting the average of total miles compared to that. So they're doing good. In these areas, dairy products, grains and poultry, we are doing good. Okay, so yeah, we can add reference like this. We can switch to a full mode like this. Every visualization has this feature. You can always switch to a full mode, and when you right click, select something and right click, you can see data. If you click see data, it will give you the data of the entire visualization, and if you click see records, it will give you the underlying data records. So this is unaggregated data. So this is transactional view. This is transactional view. So same options you'll get here also. See data. So this is aggregated data which is constituting this visualization. Back to the normal mode and right click on the visualization and see records. Will give you the transactional view. Transactional view. So if you see actually, so go right click and say beverages, total miles. see records. This data would be actually related to, now go early, drill down, show next level, all that we have. Okay, so because this data set, I want to show you. This is not the entire data set. So this is the data set which is constituting this. So if you see here, ship name would be the same ship name, federal shipping, because this is the data related to only that particular slice. So C records will give you the transactional view of only that particular selection, whereas C data will give you the aggregated data that is composing this visualization. Okay, so yeah, we have focus mode, and also we have option to view data at record level at an aggregated level. So we'll just to finish this assignment, we will get one more analysis. We'll do one more analysis with this data and complete this. So here, this is a tree map. This is a very special visualizations. With this, I can do the correlation study between two measures. So the study I'll do here would be across my shipmates, across my categories, shipping categories. Okay, I want to do study between shipping costs and revenue, spend versus returns. Color saturation, I would select revenue. Okay, change the color pattern a little bit. No. Okay, and change data label colors. So here label colors you can't change here. Data colors you can change data color. Font of the labels, if you want to change, you actually have to enable data labels, change the color there. So you see data labels also, right? And then you disable them. Yeah, the colors are changed. That's how you do it. Okay. So now we have here a tree map. So what study I can do here is, so you see here these two I am doing two correlation between two measures. One is shipping cost and other is revenue. So if you see the area of the tile, so these are tiles, each one is a tile here. So the area of the tile will reflect uh, shipping cost, and revenue is the color intensity. The more the color intensity, the more the profit, the returns. Okay, you see these two tiles, they are equal in area, means the shipping costs, the spend on these two types of categories is same, but still the value proposition, the returns are more for poultry compared to this. You see this tile has least spending, less spending, yeah, compared to all others. The area is very less, but still the color intensity is somewhat average, means what, returns are better compared to this. So here this has least cost spending and least revenue also, that is okay. These two are average sized, so their color intensity is also average. Yeah, so the color is getting dimmer, so the saturation, you can see this here. So the highest intensity is this, maximum, and minimum, that is the lowest intensity. Okay, so this color saturation study is for revenue, color intensity, and size. Variation of the tile size is will give you shipping costs. You can add some more, like trip type into groups, go and explore that by specific category. or at a time or everything. Yeah, you can get that like this hierarchical. Okay, now we have more intensity color in color variation in domestic, yeah, in international shipping mates, domestic shipmates, like this. So we can do a better color study like this. Maybe these are the small tiles you want to contribute, so you can focus on ships like this. See, actually we can do one more study also. If you actually observe 1 2 3 4 5 6, these 6 tiles, the 6 segments are contributing to almost 50% of your business. So the area will give you the costs, right? So you are spending almost 50% on this 4. So instead of analyzing this bunch of sectors, you can analyze this. So by spending that amount on 50% of your returns, you get the more benefit, because this is constituting to half of your business, these sectors. Yeah, so you can easily identify the more profitable areas also using this tree map. May not be 50%, but yeah, approximately 50%. Half the area they are covering, this, just this 5 sector segments tiles. Okay, fine. So what all we have done? We have got data sources from two new data sources from OData, Open Data, the data cloud hosted on web-based data. We have done. We saw how to do drill down in three ways: drill down and drill up, hierarchical drill down, selected drill down. We saw how to add reference lines, and focused mode, see records, record level, transaction level, yeah, see data, see records, and then this tree map, very interesting map to do comparative correlative study between two measures. Okay, and the one important thing that I want to tell here is, actually we are showing data on all these three visualizations from three different data sets. Shippers is coming from shippers data set, categories is coming from the category data set, and revenue, spend, the number of trips is coming from this data set. But still we are able to successfully create these visualizations without any much conflict, because the relations are well created between these three data sets. So that is a good thing. So we can create visualizations from multiple data sets very conveniently in Power BI. Single visualization can be created from multiple data sets very effortlessly. Okay. In this assignment, we will further do calculations using DAX, basic calculations using DAX. Okay, so we'll be working on the same dashboard that we created in previous assignment. On top of that, we will compose few KPIs and put some trends. So this is a dashboard that we developed, so we'll be using this from previous assignment. Let's create some calculations using DAX functions on this. So this is the data I have, trips data. So now on this time I will create a measure, set context. Okay, so the difference is, in our previous assignments we used DAX for creating new columns. So those calculations will be happening at row level. For each row, for each change in value, that formula is applied and the value is composed, and that's what we see as part of the table. Yeah, so this occupies space. On contrast to this, measures work on the sets of data, so you don't see a new column being added to the data set. So they will be composed and will be available on the fly. Let's do it. Let's create one measure. So I'll be creating a measure to bring revenue per revenue per load. So how much revenue is being generated per load? So for this, what I have to do, I have to take the sum of, see, as I type the formula, so it has IntelliSense to show all relevant formulas in the drop down. So you can pick a formula from them, and then there is help IntelliSense. So that will tell you what it takes actually for the formula column name. Okay, it expects a column name here, and now when you type the column name, it has again IntelliSense to pick up the columns that are relevant to this text you are typing here. Yeah, so I typed revenue RE, so now you can see that there. It's a very advanced formula bar that we got here. The sum of revenue divided by count of trip ID. So this will give me per trip. So this will give me per trip how much revenue is being generated on an average per trip. What is the revenue, average revenue? So this is a calculation. Okay, so this is how generally we do. So this, the moment I hit enter, so a new measure is created, and you can see that got added here. And you don't see that being added here, right? So that is because this is at a set level. So the calculation would be happening on the fly. Now you can use this measure very much as any other value in our visualizations. Just doing this arrangement, little rearranging this visualizations. Okay, so let's get that new measure that we created. So where is that measure? Revenue per load. It's added as a data card. Now let's shift this to KPI. So per load, I'm getting this much revenue. Change this. 4K, yeah, approximately 4K, 4.3K is the revenue generated per load. This is a KPI. Let's do some more KPIs. So I go create another measure. Revenue per mile. What is the revenue generated per mile? So here again, sum of total revenue. So instead of using divide operator, it's always better to use divide function. So we already used divide operator. We saw that how it works, right? So we have good advantages by using divide function over divide operator. The biggest advantage is if it encounters divide by 0. Yeah, if it encounters divide by 0 error, then it will not throw anything, it will not fail, it will not stop calculating, it will simply give us a blank value. So that's one advantage. So divide by 0 errors can be handled by using this function, and you can also set what could be the alternate value. So now what I want here, I want sum of total miles. I'll take loaded miles because that's what gives me revenue. sum of loaded miles. So this would be revenue per mile. Revenue per mile. What KPIs I have? Revenue per mile. Okay. Then I'll compose one more. Variance. Variance in loaded miles and total miles. I'll call them as dead miles. Dead miles. So sum of total miles minus sum of loaded miles. Okay. So now I got some measures here. Let's go and put them here. So just copy this, paste, paste, created 2 copies. This KPI, it's a card actually, it's a data card. So as you can see, this is a card. So the second one, so the first one is showing revenue per load. So second one, let's put, okay. If you unselect data, all the data fields from a visualization, visualization will disappear. Revenue per mile. This is revenue per mile. Not appropriate format. So we'll show it as cylinder. So that's the revenue being generated per mile. Okay, and then here on this we will show variance. So that's dead miles. We have this many dead miles. Okay. So I'll do some formatting here. See, revenue per mile is actually a value, a monetary amount, right? So we will show that in some format. So I can do the format by going into modeling. So in modeling, I have bunch of options here. We saw already how to change data type and category. So now we'll see how to utilize other formats. So for this, I have to select the column, not the visualization. Column or the calculated measure. So I'll select this calculated measure revenue per mile, and I will set this as a dollar. So you can see now a dollar icon will appear, making that it is a numeric amount. Yeah, it is a very much numeric amount. Revenue per mile. So same is the case with this column. So I can change the format and set to currency, and currency would be US dollar. Right? Okay. So we can do formatting stuff like that. We can set that as percentage. Yeah. So now we can actually do that as percentage. Now this, so this is dead miles. So I want to see actually the percentage of dead miles. Percentage of dead miles over loaded miles. How much percentage of dead miles I have over total miles actually. Yeah. So we will do division of divide, because that number is actually not in a very readable form. So I can't figure out whether it is high, low, okay. So I can't make that kind of study there. So if I have to do proper analysis, yeah, bring it in proper readable format, then better show it as a percentage. So when I divide this difference by total miles, and I divide this difference with total miles, yeah, so dead miles would come up as a fraction, as a percentage. Let's go back and see. Yeah, so this would be now a percentage. Change the format back to a number. Don't apply any special formats. Okay, and now this is not in a percentage. So we'll go change the model, select the column dead miles, and change it to percentage. Okay, so that's So 37%. So on overall loaded miles, so 37% is a dead miles percentage. Little high. Yeah, it should be always 10 or 15%.
Just a quick info, guys. Test your knowledge of Power BI by answering this question. What area do you go to change and reshape the data in Power BI? A. Data transformation. B. Data editing. C. Question editor. D. Data modeling. Comment your answer in the comment section below. Subscribe to Intellipaat to know the right answer. Now, let's continue with the session.
It's more than 1/4. So need to be taken, special care need to be taken here. Okay, so this is one analysis that I can make here. Okay, let's go and see this by all this information by um, a shipper. I have different shippers, right? I have outsourced, I have different shippers. So I'll switch this to a filter. So I can set up a filter like this. I showed you already. So in our previous classes, setting up filters. Okay, so we have filters here. So we can select the required what we want to see. So if you see netted package, so it's not, there's no much variance. So dead miles are same, almost same for most of the vendors. Okay, so you can see the revenue is changed. There is a slight change in revenue, but yeah. So we can actually convert this into uh, general properties. We can switch this to a horizontal format, and we can get rid of header and make it something like this. This is also a filter. Looking like a KPI, but it is a filter. So we can filter on this. Okay. Yeah. So, but header should be there if we want to reset it. So header is essential for resetting the selection. Okay. Now there I go. I have a filter by company name. So I'll build one more KPI. So that would be the last KPI here. So what I'll do, I will calculate uh, percentage of on-time deliveries on overall deliveries. What is the percentage of on-time deliveries? Yeah, because that would give me good. That will give me good reputation. Yeah, so let's calculate that. So it would not be a simple straight expression. It will be a little complex, but don't worry, we'll understand that quickly. So I'll go and create a new measure. So here also in modeling tab also we have option to create a new measure, or we can go home and from here also we can create a new measure, or we can right click on the table and say new measure. Okay, all three same. Okay, now when I right click there, here this measure that we added has disappeared. We'll get it back. So all these measures when I add, those are set level operations. So the formulas will be applied on the fly. So you don't need, they don't get stored. So they don't occupy physical space. So here I will write on time deliveries. So for this on time deliveries, so the function I would be using is, so what I have to do actually, so I have to count number of trips. Yeah, so count, so generally count trip ID. So yeah, so this would give me the overall trips, but that's not what I want to do. I want to count only those trips whose delivery status is on time. So here I have delivery status. I want to count only those rows whose delivery status is on time. So I will convert this function to count. So what we'll do, this will count the number of numbers in a column. Now I don't want to count numbers in a column. I'll convert this to a, count a. Count a will count the number of values in a column. So it will count by value. Yeah, and then I want count ax. I want to write an expression inside it, and based on that expression counting should happen, because I want to count only on time deliveries, right? So yeah, so I need to write an expression. So this is a function that I will use, count a, which says values x is it's an expression. There was going to be an expression inside this. Okay, so what would be that expression? So that expression is, so a filter expression. So I'll use a filter expression. So the filter function will expect two parameters, the table and then the filter expression. Table would be here trips. So table, now that that is in use. Yeah, so this table, on this table I will write a filter on delivery status, which is on time. Delivery status on time. So this would be my filter expression. So filter rows in this table whose delivery status is on time. Okay, now whatever is returned from this function, based on that count the values, count a. So count values based on that expression in the first part. So this would give me count of deliveries made. Yeah, so but now I want it as in percentage. So what should I do? I should encapsulate this entire expression into divide at the end, put trips, at the end put this sum of trip ID. That's it. So this would give me the percentage. So it is doing what? It is filtering only those on-time delivery records, and we are adding that, and that counting, we're counting those rows. That count will be divided by the total count, not sum of count of. So here I can use just simple count. Count will give me the count of trips. Okay, fine. So now put an enter, on-time deliveries. Go put a card here, not multi-card, single row card, and drag that newly composed measure onto this. Where is that newly composed measure? On time deliveries. Convert this to percentage. There we go, 72.85% of on time delivery, which is very good, yeah. Yeah, so we are almost 3/4, yeah, of our trips are are in compliance. I can actually now see Speedy Express, yeah, so this is low, 75, Federal Shipping 68, low, United 73. So United has more on-time deliveries. No, not United. Say Speedy Express. As the name suggests, Speedy Express has most on-time deliveries. Yeah, so we can do KPIs like this. Now that we have calculated KPIs using measures, now we'll do some more things here. So I have shipping days, yeah. So I have shipping days. So each consignment is assigned for a SLA, ETA, estimated time of arrival. In another way, if we have to term this. So here we have preset values. So I want to see by category. So I want to see number of loads that I'm categorizing based on the ETA. So one quick thing that I can do is I can get the ship days onto the canvas, and maybe I want to watch it by I want to put this on access, and I want to see the volume um, for each category. So you see here we have like so we see SLS that set for 2 days we are more volume compared to others. Yeah, so 1 day, within 1 day delivery, 2 days delivery, 3 days delivery. But this is okay because now it max as a SLA is 10. What if there are more like 20, 25 payment term days? One can pay in 30 days, 40 days, 50 days, so like that. So I don't want to see. So this is now I am getting into a stage where I want to show numerical values on categories. So that's what this assignment is targeting us. So how to show measures numerical values on category axis. So we have certain visualizations built around this to show how to deal with that. Uh, Before getting there, yeah, I want to show these measures as bucket because that would make more meaningful as a categories as bucketed values. So observe how I will do that, how I will bucket these values. So for that, I would need a reference table. So far we saw how to create a column, how to create a measure. Yeah, create a column, create measure. Now for the time now, we'll create a table. Let's see how we create a table. Okay, so you'll shortly understand why I am creating this table. Okay, maybe not in this way. I'll not create the table in this way. I'll create it in more easiest way. Why like this? Enter data. Enter data. I can keep entering data here. If I have a data already in Excel sheet, I can simply copy and paste here. It's as simple as that. Okay, yeah. So here column name would be uh, days category. Days category, and next column minimum days, maximum days. Okay. Now the buckets would be 1 to sorry 1 to 3 days would be one bucket. 4 to 4 5 6 6 would be another bucket. 7 to 8, and last bucket would be 9 to 10. So all the values that are falling between these days should be categorized as one single unit. That's the aim here. Okay, don't want this extra column. Delete. The minimum days here would be 1, 3, 4, 7, sorry, 7, 8, 9, and 10. There I go. I have a table now. So give it a name. Days categories. Okay, it will shortly will be added here. We'll get it. Yeah, you see, now we have that here, days categories. So now this I will use to create a column in my existing data. So I'll not create a column, I will go and I'll create a measure, and now see how I write this measure. So I'll name this as I'll be doing this on ship days. So ship days, categories. So that would be, so I'll be using a function to write an expression. So the I would be using calculate. So calculate is a function where you can write expressions and filters and stuff. Okay, calculate will be very handy function. We will use it more. So this session and the previous session was are on basics of DAX writing. Okay, so we are doing basic calculations. We have more sessions on advanced DAX to understand it better. Okay, so now we'll use this function, and I will count. This time I will not use count A or count X. I will use directly count rows. Straight away count rows by applying a simple filter like I used earlier. Okay, filter what? Filter trips table, filter trips table. So here I would be writing an composite function. So I will use and conditional statement. If
Just a quick info, guys. Intellipaat provides Power BI online certification training in partnership with Microsoft, mentored by industry experts. The course link is given in the description below. Now, let's continue with the session.
I think I have put one more extra brace here. Yeah. So if ship days, yeah, ship days are greater than equal to I'll go for ship days categories, that new table that we created, days categories, mean what will the mean? This function will stay here, not need to worry. Yeah, max days, min days, fine. If this is greater than min days and same function less than or equal to max days. If it is falling between min days and max days, yeah, there I go. Count the overall rows. Count the overall rows. Count the rows from trips if the trip ship days are falling between these values. Okay. Now it's throwing some error. Yeah, because they should participate in some aggregation. So we know that we don't have multiple records there, but still this expression will not understand. So we'll simply use one dummy uh, aggregation. It will be applied at row level. So now that it is applied at row level, we have only one row per category. Ideally it will not do any max, but still we need that here to get rid of that warning message. Okay, now the expression looks correct. So we are doing the comparison ship days between min days and max days, and if it is falling, then count that trips, count those rows. Enter. There we have. So this now I will use it here. Ship days. I will no, not ship days. I will go and use ship days categories. Okay, ship days cat. Why I'm not able to use it here? Check out this. Okay, as a card. Ship days categories. Fine. So this should be combined with categories, the actual categories. Now we are actually counting only the difference, variation between them. Unless we bring this, don't see the actual category. Okay. Yeah. Now you see the category. So between 1 to 2 days, 2 to 3 days, this flip it to bar chart. Okay. So clearly we can see now. So this is the count of trips. Count of trips. So what we have done earlier, we were showing 1, 2, 3, 4 shipping days in just plain numerical values. Now we have categorized columns. This is also called as binning. So we have bins. We have categories like this. So we can clearly see that most of our deliveries are targeting for 1 to 3 days, between 1 and 3 days. Then next is 4 to 6, and 7 to 8, 9 to 10. So these buckets are almost same. Okay, let's understand it better. So now this I will split by trip type. Trip type in category access. I will put it as legend. Yeah, now you see. So this in focus mode. See, uh, this slice says that these are intercom. Intercom means within a factory, within a company. Okay, like a shuttle, inter shuttle kind of transportation. Okay, then we have domestic. Then we have international. See, all our international deliveries are ranging between 7 to 10. Yes, that is correct, right? So they'll take more days. Yeah, so the data is correct. So, but there are some international deliveries which are falling in 4 to 6 days bucket also, which are on par with domestic deliveries. Means what? These domestic deliveries are taking lot of time. This bucket need to be specially analyzed because it's taking more time. Okay. Now, if you see here, there are gaps. Means what? Within this bucket, there are no intercom deliveries. Within this bucket, there are no intercom, and there are no domestic deliveries. That's why we see blanks there. So that legend is not coming up for all. Okay. So this is a share of intercom. So all of the deliveries are within 1 to 3 days. Then domestic are between 1 to 6 days, and this is split. So this is how we actually can show measures. When we are showing measures, we bucket them, and bucketing is done in this way in Power BI. Yeah, so that's how we do bucketing in Power BI. So we have to create a reference table, and on using that reference table, we create a function. So if you see, actually in this function, it nowhere gets the categories. We are not using days categories in this function. We are only using min and max days of this table, and we are only getting the trip. Now when we put it on visualization, we use categories in the visualization, days categories from that newly created table. So that will take care of bringing in the counts as per the bucket and composing this visualization. Let's do some more visualizations. I want to see the difference between target days and ship days. I mean actual delivery days and ship days. Okay, so I will pull ship days and delivery days, ship days versus delivery days. I will put this as a line chart. Okay, and on category axis, I'll again put ship days. Okay. I'll put ship days and I'll do sorting. Sorting is not allowed. So instead of actual days count, because this is actually doing the overall count, which will not be accurate. So I want to do average study. Average of this versus average of this. This would give me the correct data. So you see now, so I have two measures here. So you see the black line is representing the target ship days, as in actual ETA, estimated time of arrival, and this is delivery days. Okay, if you see up to 4 days, our target when it is up to 4 days, within 4 days both are in line, means the lines are going linearly, means there is no deviation, means uh, for the timeline that we have set, the delivery timelines are matching, are setting, they are in compliance. Okay, if this blue line is going beyond this black line, then we have a problem, means our delivery days are more than the actual days, than the ship days, but the line is going downwards after that. So as the number of days are increasing ETA, we are doing good. So if you see here, so the average delivery days 8, average ship days 10. So we have set at SLA, ship days is an SLA of 10 days, which is ETA, expected time of arrival, but we have delivered it in 8 days only. So that's why this line is downwards, which is a good indicator, which is a very good indicator. If this line is inline to this, both the lines are parallel and coincident, then it is not good, not bad, it's okay. So we are meeting deliveries on time. Okay, so this is one good way of representing this measures, scalar measures. Okay, next thing is, this is an overall study. We do have we do have undelivered shipmates, late delivered, early delivered. So but when you take an on average, we are doing good. Okay, we are doing good. So the another study that we can do is, we can use uh, scatter plot. We can use scatter plot to actually, what I'll do, instead of starting from that, so I will copy this visualization and I will switch this into a scatter plot, because I want to do that comparative study on same kind of data. Okay, okay, now this I will add one category. So in scatter plot, what happens, it will lay points for each data point. So this would be X, ship days. Instead of ship days, I will take it by destination city details, average of delivery days and average of ship days on x-axis. So this is a correlation study. I have and the volume. And the volume on size. Color saturation. Actually, color saturation. Okay, this is not right. So this should also be count of. Okay, so these bubbles. So we right now we can't control the size of these bubbles. So we have average of, oh, here we should be having it as average. Okay, so there you go. So now here what it is saying is, has, you know, this is on delivery days, this scale is on delivery days and this scale is on ship days. As ship days are increasing, towards the right side ship days are increasing, and towards the top delivery days are increasing. See, when ship days are increasing, yeah, and delivery days are increasing, so this quarter, you see this quarter, this is okay, this is normal, because ship days are increasing and delivery days also increasing. That's why it is on top quartile. But you see this data, these data points, you observe these data points, if you observe these data points, these are doing good. These are doing really good. Why? Because these are on the extreme right side. Means what? Number of shipping days are increased. So for these points, shipping days are more. Okay, the shipping days are more, but they are not on extreme top. Means what? Delivery days are not more. Delivery days are less. So these are the cities where, if you see, if you point, ship days are 4, but we have delivered it in 3 days only. Okay, so 5, actual SLA was 5, but we have delivered in 3 days. So these are the points where we are doing good. So if we study these points and understand the business models implemented on in those cities, or is it because of the local conditions, we can enhance or we can improve our business.
Just a quick info, guys. Test your knowledge of Power BI by answering this question. The principal arrival of Power BI depends on which of the following: A. Microsoft Excel, B. Microsoft Word, C. Microsoft PowerPoint, D. Microsoft Outlook. Comment on your answers in the comment section below. Subscribe to Intellipaat to know the right answer. Now, let's continue with the session.
Yeah, so we can do uh, colors formatting, show all. Yeah, we can do all this. Yeah, bubbles. We can fill, can do colors by bubbles. Okay, you can fill them. Yeah, so this is scatter plot. Scatter plot is also useful for doing correlation study between two measures, just like tree map. Okay, but it is more advanced. Here we can plot the entire data on the visualization, and we can study the, we can identify the patterns. We can identify the focusable areas, where we can lay our, where we can put our focus and do comparative study, like that we did here. So these are the cities where we are doing extremely good. Though the shipping days are more, delivery days are less. And here these are okay, But you see, there are no points here. Means where shipping days are less, but delivery days are more. So this is a good transportation company. So because here they're not slipping very heavily on the estimated arrival time. Yeah. So I have discussed some these filters, right? We can actually put more advanced filters here on these visualizations. So we'll do some squeezing here, or squeezing, maybe because I want to do this study based on a state. So I can go and I can pick destination state, put it here, and so now that this is a state, so it auto intelligence will plot it as map, but I want it as filter. So on this filter I can actually enable features like uh, search box. If we actually have more values, yeah, now it doesn't make much meaning here. Search box, and we can have options like select all. At a time you can select all states and unselect the ones that you don't want to do study on. Yeah, your data will get changed accordingly. Okay, so we can put a slicer like this, destination state slicer, somewhere in between here. Real estate. Okay, or I can move this to beginning, which makes more sense. There you go. I have destination city filter. Based on that, I can filter this entire analysis. Okay. In this assignment, we will be targeting Power Query. So we will be getting an introduction towards how to use Power Query, the benefits of it, and make an audit dashboard on this transportation corporation data. Okay, so this is assignment that we'll be covering as part of this session. But to start on, I will set the prerequisites. So here, um, every load, that a truck carries, every load. So each transaction here is a trip, right? So it has the source city, destination city, and arrival time, all that. Fine. So it has also a auditing mechanism. Like each trip should cover certain checkpoints. While a truck is going from destination source A to destination B, it should cover some checkpoints in this course of journey. Say like 4 checkpoints, 5 checkpoints. So there would be some checkpoints where it has to get filled, fuel, and then refreshments, driver change. So there would be some compliance stuff that a truck driver should take care of. Okay, so here the data is recorded at a transaction level, I mean at a trip level. So how many checkpoints each of this trip has covered. Okay, so here we can see the data checkpoints. Okay, how many checkpoints have been covered, but how many checkpoints were assigned for each of this trip, each of this trip ID. Say like for suppose this trip, okay, this trip for this customer from this source to this destination. So how many checkpoints were assigned? Okay, now it says that we are 10 checkpoints were covered, but were there 10 checkpoints? Did it cover all the checkpoints assigned to that or not? For that, we have to get data from a online system. So now we will connect to a RDBMS data source. This is the time we will now connect to an RDBMS data source. So for that, I'll be getting data from SQL Server hosted on cloud, which is Azure. Okay, so I'll pull data from Azure service. So because that recording happens online, so to their centralized system. So when a truck passes through a checkpoint, that information will be sent to that centralized system. So that is being recorded in Azure. So Azure is nothing but SQL Server on cloud. Okay. So I will quickly first log into I have set up that. So this is as good as connecting to a SQL Server database or an Oracle database. So I'll do a quick login just to get the server credentials where the database is hosted. One can easily set up Azure portal access. It's no big deal. So it's free. They'll give some credit for some time. Okay, so you can try out. You can set up a database. See, that is a free credit that I have, which is showing here. Okay, so I'm utilizing that. I'm on free trial now on this. So this is a database that has been set up. Okay, so that the one you saw earlier was a dashboard. See, this is a server name. So all I need is this server name. Okay, then I can access the database. So this is a database, Lands Transport Corp. So this is a database name. It got that centralized system tracking data of checkpoints. Okay, so I'll select Azure, click on Azure SQL database, connect. So I have to give server name here. The one just I copied. Okay, so this is a server name which is on Azure. Okay, so here now when you get data from Azure service, you have two options. Either you can directly import the data into your system, or you can run it as direct query. So these options will be there only for non-files data. So for files, always it is import. If you are getting data from a non-file, then yeah, so you have that option of directly linking it. So nothing will be stored in the analysis file. So it will have only reference points. as in then the analysis gets loaded or refreshed, so data will be brought from the live system. So that is direct query. Import is data is directly embedded into this analytics file. Okay, so when we are connecting to RDBMS data points, data sources, we also have an option to write SQL statements here. So this is a panel where we write SQL statements, set command timeout. There are some of the advanced properties that we got here. Okay, so right now I will import the data, okay, into the system, and so I'll click OK. So you might be getting doubt. I said all files will be directly imported. There is no direct query option. What if the data changes in the file? All you have to do is make sure that file is in the right place where supposed to be, and click refresh here. The latest data in the file will get loaded automatically into the Power BI analysis. But unless you click refresh, latest data will not reflect if it is file. Okay, so this is the database, this is a server, this is a database. In database I have these two tables, checkpoints and checkpoint points. I'll pull these two tables into Power BI analysis. Okay, this is a different way of getting data in the system. This is real-time data. Once I get that here, I'll tell you the model. It's loading the data into the analysis. Okay, so here we go. So we got checkpoints. So checkpoints are, you know, the actual designated halts. Suppose vehicle supposed to stop there. So these checkpoints have there's some names and then the IDs, then the flags like information like they have fuel station, they have refreshments, it's an interchange point, they have warehouse, the service center, and it's active, the checkpoint is active at the moment or not. So this is checkpoint information. Then we have a many to many mapping relation table, checkpoint trips. So these are two tables that we got from Azure database. So this will map trip ID to checkpoint ID. This is many to many. A trip will have multiple checkpoints. Multiple trips can pass through a checkpoint. Okay, so this is a relation how it is created this table. So it will do the mapping. It will see the trip ID and it will check whether if the trip has passed the checkpoint, it will make an entry into this table. Okay. So now we'll go to relations. We'll understand the relations here. We'll spend some time in understanding these relations. If the key namings are correct, if they have correct key names, then the relations are automatically created. Okay. So if you can see here, so these two tables, categories and shippers, that we got from open data. Yeah, Northwind open data. So these two tables we got from Azure. So you can see these are the checkpoints, and these checkpoints are linked to our actual data with this many to many link table. Okay, so what it will do, it will join trip ID to this trip ID and checkpoint ID to checkpoint ID. So you open this relation just to check out. You see here checkpoint trip ID is mapped to trip ID in trips, and here checkpoint ID in checkpoint table is mapped to checkpoint ID in trips. So this is a, and you see here this is many to one. So this is many to one, and this is here many to many. So the actual many to many relation is established here. So you can see this is one to many, and this is also from one to many. So the many to many established relation is broken down into a link table, the help of link table here. Okay, so this is a kind of normalization. It's called fourth normalization. Okay, So that's how a data model is created. Remember this, this is a reference table that we created just on the fly to create buckets. Yeah, so we don't need to link this table to any existing tables here. Okay, uh, so now we have this. So another important thing that I want to mention here is, so when you mark a table as, you know, cross filter direction as both, when you set this feature that cross filter direction can apply to both. Okay, it means that if you filter by checkpoints, if you want to see per checkpoint how many trips have been covered, yes, you can see per checkpoint how many trips were covered, you can see. At the same way, per trip how many checkpoints were covered, yes, you can see that. So this is both way, you know, filter can work in both ways, relations. So that's why we actually by default also all the relations gets created in bidirectional. So these are bidirectional relations. This is different, this is nothing to do with this link, this one to many, many to many. This is the cardinality actually. So the, the thing I am telling you about is bidirectional filtering. So that is like per checkpoint I want to see how many trips were passed from that checkpoint in a day or in a year, that I can do. So from here to here filtering. The same way per trip how many checkpoints were covered from here to here. So that is bidirectional relation filtering. Okay. So that is possible with Power BI. You can click manage relations and view all the relations at a time, whatever the relations are there. Okay. And yeah, now it's the time to get into Power Query. So these assignments were targeted to cover Power Query basics. Okay. So Power Query here can be browsed by clicking on this edit query. So if you click on this edit query, it will open a panel. Yeah, this is a panel where we actually do Power Query stuff. Okay. Yeah, you see this, all the tables will reflect here. Okay, it has bunch of options like transformation, so like column formattings. Yeah, here in this first panel we do a lot of column formattings, transformations, edit column transformations, column level, table level transformations, column level transformations. So you can do lot of data modeling stuff. This is different from DAX. Okay, so this is different from DAX. So this is Power Query. So in everything you write here is also called as M. Okay, we don't actually write anything at least in this assignment. So we will actually use all these options that are available here in this transformations panel. Okay. Uh, the first thing is, if you want to modify any existing data source pointer, so we have like data coming from Excel sheet. Maybe if the path has changed, yes, you can change the source again. You can select the relevant path, or the credentials has changed, or the link URL has changed. You can. So in this analytics, we are getting data from 3 different sources. All the sources we can see here. We can set permissions. We can do things around changing the data source properties. Okay, I'll do a basic transformation. So what I'll do, we have some inbuilt intelligence options here. So I will extract from ship date, I'll go to transformations, and in date transformations I'll take uh, week of the year. What is the week of the year? So I just click on that, so you check out what happens. So ship date now is created as week of the year. Okay, so this is now changed. Ship date is now changed into week of year. Okay, so maybe this is not how I want to do the transformation. So the good thing here is, so any transformation that you apply on a table, any transformation that gets applied on a table can be viewed here. All steps will be listed here. Okay, so if you don't want that calculation to take place, you can simply uncheck that and take that transformation out. Okay, so we have that options here. We can set the data type here on the fly. We have all data type options. We can filter the data that we don't want. Okay, so extract, we can do extraction. Okay, now what I will do, I will duplicate this column. I will do what? I will duplicate this column. So for that we have an option format where in home keep row split. Yeah, so this is copy of ship date, and this copy I will only show week of year. Okay, so now I got this as a new column. That's what I was looking at in the first place. Yeah, you see, it gets added as a new column, week of the year. So we need to go to add column panel. We need to go to add column panel, not here. In the transformations, it will do transformation of the existing column. Yeah, that's not how I wanted to show. Yeah, so that's one way of doing it. We don't want to show the column the current format. We want to flip it altogether to a new format. We can do this. Now here I added as a column, so I extracted. So this is not DAX. Okay, remember, this is not DAX. So this is like, you can see here, transformations, go home and choose advanced editor. So it will just show you. So this is the M Power Query language here. So you can see here, so this is add column, week of year. It is extracting and adding as a column. Okay, so that is a step again that we see here. We will simply name it as shipping week. Okay, shipping week. And in addition to that, see, just like number on when you represent it on a visualization will not make much sense. So what I will do, I will do a little transformations, further transformations. What I will do, I will format add prefix. Prefix would be week. Okay, yeah, this looks neat. Now save this. So we will cover more these transformations more. For now, I just wanted to show the overall view how it looks. We got transformations. We can directly apply on the tables. We can add columns with functions. So all the steps that we do will be listed here. At any point in time, we don't want certain steps, we can remove them. And once we are done with this Power Query thing, we need to click this, close and apply. Or apply. So then that will reflect into our actual development environment. Okay, so we have reports, tables and relations. We just came out of query window now, Power Query window. Now you go to tables, check out trips, on trips we should find this. So if you click on this column, you don't actually see any formula here. You click on this, you will see a formula here, because this column is created by DAX. So this is a DAX formula. But if you click on this, nothing you see here because this is created by Power Query. Okay, we can do much advanced things with Power Query. We'll discuss that. Okay, now let's build a new dashboard. Call it checkpoint analysis. Checkpoint analysis. So I will now show you that many to many bidirectional filter, how it actually works, and all that things. So I will first do what? I will first get destination city. Okay, there I have destination city. I will change it to a side by side stack bar. On this, I will show first how many checkpoints each trip has crossed. So checkpoints, yeah. So yeah, the aggregated number of trips were crossing these checkpoints in these cities, these cities. Now I want to compare. I want to do a comparative study, like how many were actually intended to be covered. So what I'll do, I'll go to that table where we had many to many relations, so checkpoint IDs. So these checkpoint IDs I will pull into this bar diagram. Count of checkpoint IDs. Yeah, so count of checkpoint IDs. So this is my target. This is my target. So this would be on trip per city. Okay, per city per trip. So we are adding all those checkpoints at a trip level. So that's why count. Here we don't need to add. So at a trip level, okay, because at a trip level this is already added and we are seeing the data. So at a trip level we have this information, like this trip ID has covered 7 checkpoints. But if you actually go to that table, then we see that trip ID, if you map that trip ID, and we will see how many checkpoints were covered. So that count is what we are getting here, count of checkpoint ID. So this is a target. This is, you can rename to make it more readable. Target checkpoint ID. So these are the targets that need to be covered. Yeah. Okay. So this is actual checkpoints that are covered and count of targeted checkpoints. So this is a variation. So you can see here, mostly most of the states that is meeting. Okay. So but here if you see, in some states, target checkpoints are more than the actual covered, and in some states more checkpoints were covered than they assigned, so more delay in the delivery. So these are the states where trucks are heavily getting broken or halted or stopped. That's why they are covering more checkpoints than the intended actual. Here this is a perfect. In this destination city, all the vehicles going towards this destination city are perfectly adhering to the compliance of the checkpoints. Okay, so that like that we can do comparative study of this is a kind of auditing dashboard. Okay, now we will do a actual view. Here we will see the transactional view. So for that I will pull a table visualization, and in the table visualization I will select fields like the trip ID, actual trip ID. Just select on that trip ID. Okay, then we have customer, origin city, destination city, targeted ship days, trip type, and some more fields from other tables like shipper, category, and finally the auditing information. So how many checkpoints this trip has covered and how many were intended to be covered. Sorry, not this. Yeah. So this target should be shown as count. Okay, there you go. So we have this detailed visualization. It has an intelligence to put up total line for numeric columns.
Okay guys, a quick info. If you want to do an end-to-end certification on Power BI, Intellipaat provides a complete training on Power BI with certification, and those details are available in the description. Now let us continue with the session.
Here it doesn't make much sense. So what I'll do, I can take that out. General, we can take out totals bar. Okay. Now we can see in detail this data. We click on particular destination city. The data related to all the destination city will be visible here. A single click, ascending, descending.
Just a quick info, guys. Test your knowledge of Power BI by answering this question. What area do you go to change and reshape the data in Power BI? A. Data transformation. B. Data editing. C. Question editor. D. Data modeling. Comment your answer in the comment section below. Subscribe to Intellipaat to know the right answer. Now, let's continue with the session. Just a quick info, guys. Intellipaat provides Power BI online certification training in partnership with Microsoft, mentored by industry experts. The course link is given in the description below. Now, let's continue with the session.
Sorting, you can do sorting also on this data. Okay, so this is a detailed view. We can put details views like this with table visualization. But the thing is, right now at the moment, table visualizations doesn't support row level selection. You can't select a row in this table visualization. That's not possible. You can select that only on bar charts or any other visualizations. Selection within a table visualization is not possible. Only overall filters will work. Okay, I'll put one more filter. So this time I will do aggregated study, not like a transactional study. So for that I have to go for matrix. So get matrix here. Matrix, and in this matrix what all I'll pull. First I'll get the trip type. Per trip type we have domestic, intercom and international, and players in this each category. In each category we have, okay, all three players are uh, doing business in every category. Okay, and then we will put categories also. Yeah, so these are the categories within each. Now on this I will put checkpoint adherence, like so actual checkpoints, values would be checkpoints, and then go to this and get targeted checkpoints. See, so we have totals, subtotals for each level. Automatically they have come up here, and we have data like this. What we can do, we can actually put this trip type in columns and can view data like this also. For within domestic, how is the variance? Okay, let's, before doing that, do some formal arrangement of columns. Yeah, then get this into column. So this is a normal mat. Generally in Excel also we compose, right? We have some options. We have some nice formatting options that are available here. Like you can go and change the style of this matrix. For example, this I like, and we have also like this black header and just flashy rows. Yeah, this is good. Okay. Okay, fine. We can add one more column onto this. We can put by origin state. It's okay. Yeah, this visualization is good. So now we do what? Now we remember we have extracted week numbers. We'll see this trend by week. This compilance, how they are adhering to the compliance by week wise. So instead of destination city, I will use the column that I created, the new column. Where is it? Shipping week. Yeah, there we go. This is week wise adherence. We will split this into line chart. Okay, so the adherence is good. So we see always the number of checkpoints covered are never going down below. So here in some weeks we see lot of variance. For some weeks the difference is more, so the compliance is less. Okay, and some weeks they are uh, aligning to each other. So where the compliance is good. So like that we can understand. See, one more thing I want to show in this modeling is, we don't, in this general modeling, you see here week numbers are not properly sorted. Yeah, so we want to do that sorting. So what we can do, we can select that column. See, 1, 10, 11, that's not the way, because it's a text column, right? So that's why it is doing on text based sorting. So we can do custom sorting. Select week number. Here is week number. Yeah, shipping week. And we also have week of the year, right? Do we have it, or we lost it? If we don't, we will compose it. We have shipping week. Okay, I have directly appended that. Yeah, I have directly appended that. So what I'll do, I'll create a new column. So just to pull week number. So for this I will write, uh, I will go to Power Query. I'll not do, I can write a DAX, but that's not what I will do. I'll go to Power Query. I'll add a new column, and from ship date I will extract week number. So I did this already, but what I did, I got week of the year, but then I selected that and I went to transformation and I prefixed some text. Like in formatting, I prefixed some text. So that's how I got this. Now I'll not do this. I'll keep this column as is, this new column, and I'll use that column for doing custom sorting. See, I could have created that column using DAX also, but this assignment is more often Power Query usage. Okay, so now we have this column. Now this column should get sorted based on this column. How do I do that? Select the column that we are supposed to sort, shipping week. Select that column, go to modeling. In modeling, we already saw how to change data types, categorize them, do a dollar symbol or percentage, these options, right? Formatting and properties. We also have sort option here. Click on this column, we can select. So this is the default sorting happening based on that column. We can change, we can select on what column the sorting should happen. So see here now, week 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, perfectly sorted. Yeah, based on that column. This is custom sorting. For this, you don't need to go to Power Query. Here that we have it in data modeling. Data modeling along with adding column or measure, we can do custom sorting also. We have explored all these features in modeling. Okay. We can add new page from here also. Instead of clicking tab, we can add new page here or duplicate existing page. Instead of clicking on visualization, we can click here and add a new visualization and later select what kind of visualization it should be. Yeah, we can add text box images like we do in PowerPoint or Word. Yeah, we can do things like that. You can go and manage relations from here, or we can click here and see all the relations that are there on the table on one go here on this manage relationships window. Okay, so now I completed a proper dashboard analysis. Now in this for this corporation, from the data they have given us, we have constructed a dashboard, overall overview kind of a dashboard which gives you a brief peek into the data. And then we have built one analysis file for delivery analysis to do the delivery analysis, then also a checkpoint analysis. Now we'll save this and we'll publish this. Remember, when you're publishing, don't select any data because it will get saved and published in the same manner, and always be on page 1 while publishing. So now click publish. So it will ask us to sign in. Yeah, I have to do the sign in. Yeah, so I did the authentication, I signed into the application. So now it is asking whether to replace the data set. Yes, and now it is publishing this to the Power BI cloud service. So see, the desktop client is free. Anyone can download this and start building applications and share the file. So when I save this, it actually gets saved as like this, a file. Now when I publish this, this will go and sit on cloud service. So for cloud service, you need to take subscriptions. So those subscriptions are chargeable. So $10 per month right now, but we can set up free trial. We can set up free trial which is for 60 days. So I am actually using a free trial now. Just get rid of this. So it's going for second authentication. So we just finished authentication here process. So now that DXP, the local DXP will be published onto this cloud service. Okay, so now we can see all those three panels here, all those three dashboards here. From here I can specifically pin visualizations onto the dashboard. So remember, we already created dashboard in our first assignment, Lance Corp dashboard. Yeah, we already pinned some visualizations there from our first dashboard. Now we're pinning from our second and third dashboards. Okay, and this trend line, pin this trend line also. Okay, now you go and check out that dashboard. You see more visualizations now here on this panel. They have to stabilize this. It's still not very user friendly arranging the styles here. Okay, so now you see here, this is the dashboard we got now. We can go into full page mode. I look at this dashboard. So now this page is coming from delivery analysis. Now I click this, it will take me to delivery analysis tab here. Yeah, back. Now I have seen this checkpoint analysis. Okay, and now I click on this. I'll go to checkpoint analysis panel. So these are the dashboards that we prepare and deploy onto cloud service. Anybody access to this cloud account can analysis files. We can share them. We can share the dashboards. We can share, and we can also publish. We can embed the copy and we can publish. So I'll start our next assignment. 5. So in this assignment we will cover data transformations, more data transformations using Power Query. Okay, and we will be utilizing a new data set for this assignment, which is state university admissions. So I'll give you a little walkthrough of this data. I'll give a brief overview of what this data is. So this is the number of applications received by various universities located in USA. So we have data like the institution ID, institution name, school name, and the university it's affiliated to, number of applications received, I mean the total number of applications received, and then the split by foreign applications, Hispanic, Indian applications, Asian, Black, specific. So race wise, number of applications received in each university in each state. Okay, so this is a main data set, university applications, and then we have a data set which will give us the information like how many universities are there in each state universities, and how much fund they are receiving, state fund, and how much trust, so the accumulated fund they have with them, okay, per state. And these are the targets. So these are the targets. Number of applications should be received by each state for various years. Okay, so now we are in 2010, so the data is from 2010 to 2016. Okay, so this is a data set that we have. So this data set now I will take into Power BI. Okay, so this will create another instance of Power BI desktop. So we will be performing all these transformations using Power Query. I'll close this. Okay, so let's get data from the university admissions. Oh, there is a problem here. Okay, so actually what happens when you're trying to access files which are prior to 2016, 7 release, so which has XLS extension. Yeah, so we need to have special drivers for that. Yeah, there I go. So now I got 32-bit access drivers, so I'll install them. So actually Power BI also comes in two versions, the 64-bit and 32-bit. Based on the operating system, we will install the 32-bit or 62-bit. So here, see, this is Power BI Desktop 64-bit and this is 32-bit. Okay, I'm putting the access drivers. This will help in reading Excel files prior to 2007 release. So I got these drivers from this website. So you can download from here, access drivers. Just when you click on download, it will ask which version you want. This is 32-bit. If there is no extension mentioned, it's 32-bit. Generally, it would be mentioned as 84 or 86. Not very sure. But for 64-bit, it would be clearly written as 64-bit. Okay, so the installation is over. Let's get back to the file. So you can actually clearly see here the problem, that why it is unable to read that Excel file. Now retry. I will get the data. So let's get all three sheets into Power BI Desktop. Set tick load. No need to set preview now because we know already what data we are pulling in. Okay, so what is happening is now the data from all the sheets is getting embedded into the system, and table, schema, data model, everything is getting created, detecting relationships. Yeah, so see, now we got all three tables here, and then if there are any relations that will be created. I don't think now we have any relations here. Okay, yeah, let's get back to the data. So we have state-wise target, state-wise universities, and then university applications. Fine. So let's rename them. Give proper names to these tables. State targets. So these are university funds. University funds, and then applications. Simple name. Okay, so we got applications, we then got targets state-wise, and then we got funds universities-wise. I think even this data is at university level, state level, state targets and state funds. And state-wise. Okay, so now after loading this data, so this is the university data, right? Okay, after loading the data, I realized that there are some more applications in a different data sheet. Okay, now I want to get that data as well. Okay, uh, so here we have university admissions data, right? So actually if you see, there's another file which got charter as in these are state universities but ran by private organizations. They are under private management, but they get funds from the state. Okay, so here, so they are more accountable. The accountability will be high in such institutions. Fine. So now I have data here. So these are the applications received by charter universities. So I want to take this data into Power BI. So go Excel, take charter applications. So this version is different. XLSX. Earlier was XLS. Yeah, open. Once data is loaded into Power BI, you don't need to bother about which version of Excel we are getting that data from. Okay, now this is a table we got here. Charter applications, right? Yeah, so now I don't want to have two data sets separately because both contain same data, same number of columns. Sorry, not same data, same metadata, same number of columns, column formats, everything. Just that we have different data sets. Now I want to append this data set to this. I want to make this as part of this. So what I have to do is get into Power Query, Query Editor. Query Editor. So we'll start with appending data and then we'll explore all possible data transformations that we can do on data using this Power Query Editor. Okay, so we have applications. This is a table. Now on this table, I want to append charter applications data. So now I select this table. Okay, and go here. So here we have options. So you want to merge queries or append queries. So in our case it will be append queries. Append works as union in SQL, union all. Okay, so here we have options, append query or append query as new. So it will append that new query and create a new table. Now I don't want to create a new table, I want to append to the existing table, so this table itself. So it's like two tables or more than two, it's just two tables. What is the table that you want to append? So this is the current table. Now we are in, for this table we will be appending charter applications. Okay, yes, the appending is completed. Close and apply. We'll just verify that. Open this actual admissions file. So how many rows we got here? We have approximately 4K. Yeah, we have approximately 4K records. Now you see here we have 4K. Data didn't get reflect. Okay, actually we have to do refresh from the model. Yeah, so the refresh has finished. So now you can see now the total has increased. It's now reflecting 5000. So earlier it was 4K. Now we have 5K records. So 5K applications. So that additional applications, charter applications, have been appended to this original set. Yeah. Now that we have appended data here, can we delete this? No, we don't need this, right? We can delete this. Can we do that? Try. It will throw an error saying that this cannot be deleted because it is being referenced in another application, in another query applications. Yeah, so actually that is a virtual join, I mean virtual appending. So there is no actual data integration into this table. It still have data on this table, but it has created a bridge. So we need to have this table, but any expression that we write, any function that we write on applications will reflect on both the sets. We'll treat as one single set in applications. Okay, the main table. So we have the entire set of records here in this main table applications. So now I'll do I'll do some text functions. So text functions like, so here you see institution name. This institution name is a combination of university name and state code, CS California. Yeah, so here we have state code also clubbed with institution name. We don't have that column anywhere else in the data set. We don't have that state code again anywhere else. That is essential for us because you see the other two data sets, they are all led by state code. So we need to have that state code separated here. So how? Let's do that here. So select the column and select columns. Split columns by delimiter. So how will we split this? So what is a delimiter? I mean, what we can see that each word is separated by space.
Just a quick info, guys. Test your knowledge of Power BI by answering this question. The principal arrival of Power BI depends on which of the following: A. Microsoft Excel, B. Microsoft Word, C. Microsoft PowerPoint, D. Microsoft Outlook. Comment on your answers in the comment section below. Subscribe to Intellipaat to know the right answer. Now, let's continue with the session.
But every word is separated by space, so I can't split by space. I get a lot of words. So we have advanced features here, advanced settings that we can rely on. So first we select the delimiter, the separator, word separator. In our case it is a space. Yeah, space is being, and split by what? At the leftmost delimiter, rightmost delimiter, each occurrence. In our case it happens to be the rightmost delimiter. We can write more delimiters. If you don't have any, we can type the delimiters if it is not available in this list. So okay, so click OK. Now the column gets splitted. Yeah, we have a new column now. Let's rename these columns. Leave this as institution name, and this one state code. And so this is one of the basic text operations that I have done. So we can do more text operations, like we go and you see the school name. Yeah, school name, it's all in small letters, right? Let's increase the readability of this column. Select this. There are more transformations. In transformations, format, capitalize each word. I like these options. Capitalize each word. See, now it will get camel notation. So anything you do on transformations, you don't need to worry. It will not create any new column or anything. It will replace the data in the existing column. And you can see for every action that we are doing, a new step is getting created. At any point in time, you can move back and check what the data was at this point in time. What was the data at this point? Yeah, you can actually check. If you don't want a particular step, you can get rid of that here. Just click here, it will be cancelled. Okay, we'll come back here. We have more options here, like column level options. We can format text, we can set the type, we can set the data type, we can strong type, we can rename, fill empty values. You have empty cells you want to fill with the preceder or the successor, filling down or filling up, replace, pivot. Yeah, we'll come here, we'll come and we'll explore all these options in detail. First we'll go to other data sets. So here I have state targets, right? Yeah. Let's start with state funds. So this table is good, but actually if you see, the column names are not properly aligned here. So I have an option here. So you can go and do use first row as header. Use first row as header or use headers as first row. So we got this option. So I'll select this use first row as headers. So yeah, there I go. So I have columns here and names, but this is not correct. See, right? These are states, but under states I don't have universities, funds, and all. So this data is in flat mode. So I want to transpose this data. Then it becomes meaningful. So I will take this step temporarily out. I'll not do that step. So before doing that, I will do a transpose of this data. So select the table and say transpose. Flip the data. Now it is more readable and more convenient. We can easily do the reporting. We can establish a join between our applications and this table using state code, and we can retrieve state-wise number of universities and the funds they got. So what are the options that you see here in this ribbon? Transform or add column. You can see most of the options here also. Use first row as header. Okay, so this is a valid, proper data table. Best suits for reporting. Let's do similar stuff here in state targets also. Here we have to be little careful here. You see here we have state codes and then state-wise target. So what I have to do is here two operations. See, the first thing is I have to do a pivot of this data. But before doing that, I have to transpose this data because I want to do pivot year wise. Yeah, you'll understand that. We'll see. First we will do the transpose of this data. So I have state names, state codes, and then years and year wise targets. Okay, where did state code go? Okay, so state code will disappear when you do transpose on this kind of data. So before doing transpose, we actually have to take this out. Use header row as a column, as a regular row, header row as a data row, so that states will also be in column, and when I do transpose, they will the state codes will be in a row, and when I do transpose, that row will convert into a column, because only rows will convert into columns, not headers. Okay, when I do transpose, that's when I earlier did transpose, all state codes disappeared. I want to have them. Yeah, so we have state code and year wise targets. Now is the time to make this as header. See why I did transpose. I did transpose because I wanted years here, not state codes. I wanted years. Now I'll go and select all the years. I'll go and select all the years and then do unpivot. You can do unpivot of selected columns, or you can do unpivot of columns that are not selected. So I'll click this. So this all gets unpivot. Now it is a tower. Now it is easy to use. We have state code and year wise targets, but I don't want previous year's targets because I don't need to show them anymore on my dashboard. So I have data only for current year. So let's filter this set. So when I filter this set, the underlying data will also get filtered. So For the reporting purposes, only the data which I select here will be available. It is completely filtered. Okay, so now I select 2006. Now I have data only for 2016. Now that I have latest data only for latest year, I don't need this column anymore. I can remove this column. Yeah, it is possible. So now I have state codes and then targets for that state codes, because my entire data is for current year. The two files that I got, they are for current year. So there's no need of maintaining that unnecessary data. So I can filter and I can ignore. This tool is very powerful. You can do lot many operations like that. Okay, now let's get back to the applications. And now here I don't want to have this as a separate table. The state funds, yeah, let's leave it as a separate table because we have more columns here. Okay, but this has only one column, values. So instead of maintaining this as a separate table, what I will do, I will merge this table into applications. I will merge that into applications. So how will I do? So you'll go to home tab, and here we have an option to merge queries. Merge the existing, which is applications, the master set. So to this I will merge state targets on what, on state code here with the state code here. Remember the state code we extracted from this institution? Yeah, we are using that now. So we are joining these two, and the join that we selected will be left outer. So it will ensure that we will not miss any data from the master data set. So if there are no targets for any state code, then for those states it will show blank, but it will not ignore those states in our main data set, which is very safe. Okay, because we don't want to lose any data from the applications. If that's not the choice, you want only those states where there were targets, then go for inner join, only matching rows. Okay, fine. So safe option, left outer, select that. So that is added now. You have to select the field that you want. So what I want in this, I want just the value, not the entire table, just the value. Value is the target. I'll rename that column. Should be target. Okay, so we have a state-wise target appended here. We don't see all the data here. It's just a little preview. But yeah, believe me, that merge is appropriately calculated, applied. Okay, so yeah, so now we finished that. We have more options, like we can uh, choose certain columns that we want, and we can ignore columns that we don't want. We can like remove the columns that just we did in state targets. Keep rows, so we want to remove certain rows from top. So this is data cleaning. This is actual data cleaning. Yeah, data in some terminologies is called data massaging. So yeah, we can sort a column and then group by, and then we do all this stuff. Yeah, let's go. And so in transformation also we have a lot of transformation features, like replacing values. We want to replace it in certain value, we can do that. Pivot, unpivot, yeah, split columns, text operations. Then we have numeric operations. If there are any date, then we can extract time, day, date, week, all that. Yeah, date intelligence, we have that. We'll add column now. We'll explore this tab. We'll add a conditional column to this application table. So in this conditional column, so this is a UI for creating a conditional column. I'll name this as applications status. So what I'll do, I'll create three categories like high, normal and low. High is for more number of applications, low and medium. Okay, so before that let's check out, so in this I want to just check out uh, applications, total applications that are received here. So this field will give us total number of applications. Okay, total number of applications received from all states. So this I will split by institution ID, and I will see this as a table. So institution ID, actually this is not the correct, so this is institution name. Yeah, it's institution name. And let's check out the maximum number and minimum number. Okay, put this as a bar, or I can do better than this. So what I'll do, I will select by institution name, not by institution name. Minimum value, institution wise minimum value. Okay, let's just take the count of applications received in each institution and put a reference line. A reference line for average. I don't think we have an average line here. Okay, let's go for the line and then we put a average line. Average line add by count of applications. Okay, so we see this is the average line. Let's show data table for data label for that average line. So average number of applications received in each university across universities. Data label on. Okay.
Just a quick info, guys. Intellipaat provides Power BI online certification training in partnership with Microsoft, mentored by industry experts. The course link is given in the description below. Now, let's continue with the session.
Yeah, so that's somewhere around 16.22. Yeah, so that's 16.22. So that's the average value. Okay, why I wanted that I will shortly tell you. Okay, let's take this out from here. Get back to the query editor. So now here I will create a new column, conditional column. So in conditional column, status, column name would be total number of applications. So the order of this conditions, is very important, because that's how this gets evaluated. This expression gets evaluated. Okay, so if it is less than or equal to we have total all races less than, if it is less than, say we just check this 20, right, is average, so I'll go and I'll put it as, if it is less than 20, slightly above than average, yeah, we will, it shouldn't be slightly above average, uh, if it is less than 15, low, output should be low. I can actually type a text or I can select a column. If I want to show any column, yeah, instead of a number I can show that, or I can simply type a value. Next rule, total applications, if it is less than 15. So if so how this gets evaluated, so we don't need to check between a range like 15 to 30 like that. So if a value is, this calculation happens at a row level, if value is less than 15, then it will show as low. If not, then it will pass to the next statement. So in this next statement I will check if it is less than 50. If it is less than 50, yeah, so this is normal, number of applications received is normal. Add another rule, if it is less, if it is not 50, if it is say greater than or equal to 50, after reaching here, if it is not below 15, it is not below 50, or I can say now I can put any upper limit here. I don't want to write again less than, I'll just say if it is 50 or more than 50, high. So yeah, that's why this order of evaluation is very important. You can actually move this order up or down, or you can take out a condition. Yeah, so options are there. This is a default option. If nothing is passed, so you want to have one default values, yeah, we can put that here. Okay, so you see that new column has been added here. Okay, so you can actually check syntax for this. When anything we do in Power Query, what happens actually, a Power M script gets generated. So these are scripts. So we added this additional column, right? This can also be added like this using the function each if. Each if is a function. So each if, then else if. So it has similar syntax to other programming languages. Then last is else null. If nothing is specified in otherwise condition, right? So that's why null. So this is the M syntax. So we just added, so here it will show the last operation, we just added the conditional column here. Okay, we have other columns, like most of the times we may want to have one unique identifier for each row. If there are any duplicates, we want to generate a unique identifier. That is nothing but an index column. Index, you can start it from 0 or we can start it from 0 or 1 or any value that we want, and a unique key will be generated for each row. Sometimes it will be very handy, yeah. And if you want to write a more composite column, custom column, then we can go and write it in M. Using M we can create more complex column like a date functions. We want to extract days and then add it to another field, compose a new date out of it. Any expression we can write here and compose custom columns. So these are the transformations that we did. Let's check out, did we, yeah, so yeah, most of the transformations we covered. Summary tables, yeah, let's do the summary tables. So now I have this data, so I want to create a summary table. Like I want to store applications received, actual application received by institution name. Yeah, by institution name, the number of applications received. So I can do that group by. So if I do group by, this existing table will get modified. Yeah, this existing table gets modified. But that's not what I want to do. So what I have to do, see, let's first do that here once. Okay, group by. So I can do group by institution ID. No, by I want to do by institution name. Institution name, what I want to do, I want to do count of rows. Yeah, this is what exactly I want to see. How many applications received per institution. Okay. No need to select any column here because we are counting rows. So what happens, this existing table gets transformed and a new aggregation table will be placed. See, this entire thing has been replaced. These are the universities and those are the number of applications received. So there is a new table that got created, but actually this is the existing table got transformed like this. Maybe this is not how I want to do. So what I will do, I will create a duplicate copy of this table. Applications, right click. We have some options here as well. Right click on the table, you get some options. Say duplicate. So this application table gets duplicated. Now this, give a name. Applications aggregation. It's still loading. Okay, here it is. I got it. So on this table, I will do aggregation. So before doing that, I don't want to have all these operations. So like adding that conditional column, capitalizing, renaming columns. Yeah, change split columns. Yes, leave it till there. Actually, I don't need split columns also. Split by delivery. Append query, yes. Keep data up to here. On top of this, now go and compose aggregation. Yeah. So this is still referring to this data set. Now on this, I'll do group by. Group by institution ID. No, not institution ID. Institution name. Okay. So this is an aggregation table, which is part of our data model now. We can make aggregation tables like this. So we have covered most of the transformations that are available in Query Editor. So I got back to Power BI desktop.
Now, coming on to the first question on this list of top Power BI interview questions, let's begin by checking out this. What exactly is self-service BI? Well, self-service BI or self-service business intelligence, right? It is called as SSBI. So you can be asked a question saying what is SSBI as well, and the answer is the same. So it's an approach that we take to perform data analytics, to report the result of these analytics, and to of course complement it with good data visualization that at the end of the day will make sure that a user, a client, or anyone has the ability to actually perform all of these above mentioned tasks and understand it, drive business insights out of it, create dashboards without having to put much effort. One of the most important things that you're supposed to mention whenever you're asked about the SSBI is that the person who's working with this, right, the person who's trying to provide the BI solution, he or she really does not need any sort of technical proficiency or let's say a large amount of expertise when it comes to working with reporting, because at the end of the day you'll be making use of a lot of filters that are already available, data manipulation options that are actually put into place to help the user, and you can work with it, you can customize it, and you can have a solution to your business intelligence problem without having to put much effort. That at the end of the day is what makes SSBI special. Now,
Just a quick info, guys. Test your knowledge of Power BI by answering this question. What area do you go to change and reshape the data in Power BI? A. Data transformation. B. Data editing. C. Question editor. D. Data modeling. Comment your answer in the comment section below. Subscribe to Intellipaat to know the right answer. Now, let's continue with the session.
With this, we can move to question number 2 that states what is the difference between managed enterprise BI and self-service BI? Whenever we talk about the managed enterprise BI, right, the data flow there is a little unordered. So there is no structured way that the data flows. But in the case of self-service BI, the data is via an ordered flow. And with this unordered data and ordered data flow of the difference that we have in between managed enterprise and self-service BI, it affects a lot in the second point as well. That is efficiency. So when we're talking about efficiency, right, since we're ingesting unordered data, since you're bringing unordered data into the pipeline, it means that it's going to take a lot of time, it's going to take a lot of effort, and it's going to take a lot of pre-processing as well in the case of managed enterprise. But in the case of self-service BI, since the data itself is coming in a structured way, in an ordered way, the process can go on in such a way that the process methodologies and the models can actually start working on the data rather than having to spending a lot of time worrying on how the data is coming, what order is it coming in, and working with it as well. So coming on to programming skills, when you talk about managed enterprise, right, here is where you will require training, proficiency, and working knowledge of how the BI tool works. Because at the end of the day, here you'll be making use of complex programming skills, and this comes by practice. You can be taught a lot of things, but at the end of the day, practical experience and hands-on experience in the production environment matters a lot for managed enterprise BIs. But when you contrast it to the self-service BI, here is where the code is really simple. At the end of the day, you will not require much of code at all. A beginner, a person who is uninitiated in the field of BI can actually get started and work on providing a decent enough solution, business intelligence solution, of course, without having to put much effort into it. So it's small code that has a large effect on the program or the outcome or the goal in discussion as well. So this is the simple differences that lie in between a managed enterprise business intelligence tool and a self-service business intelligence tool. So question number 3, it states, why are you interested in Power BI? What makes you think that Power BI would be a great career option? There is a very good chance your interview can start with this question itself. So to go on to approach this question, understand it first. The first part of it says, why are you interested in Power BI? Here you can approach it in two ways. One, you can tell your inclinations of why you like Power BI or how you've solved a problem before and how you're planning to solve a problem using that as well. But there's another approach that you can take is tell why Power BI is something that you have to prefer. Because if the interviewer is expecting an answer saying why Power BI, why not other BI tools, then you can go on to talk about the advantages of BI. For example, talk about the advantages of Power BI. For example, Power BI makes use of a cloud-based data reporting tool. It's an amazingly easy to use visualization tool backed by Microsoft. It provides everything that's needed to perform data handling and data reporting as well. And it's just not that. After the report generation has been done, dashboards have been created. You can share it across the globe easily, be it in your workspace, be it to someone else, be it online, whatever it is. So this one particular aspect of easily being able to finish your task and share it, of course, is what makes Power BI very, very efficient and very popular among all the business users out there. Because let's face it, at the end of the day, less work, better efficiency is something that all the businesses would definitely like to enforce, and this does just that. So with this, it's a win-win-win, right? So that's one of the reasons of why you should be thinking towards answering it this way. Second part of the question says, what makes you think that Power BI would be a great career option? Well, business intelligence is in demand everywhere right now, right? There are hundreds of thousands of businesses across the globe where everyone wants an analyst, everyone wants a solution to the problem that they have. A BI analyst will fit in 99.9% of the business companies out there. Now, in that case, considering that it is a trending career, it is among the top 10 roles to have in the next decade. And of course, this decade as well, it makes it a no-brainer that you guys would love to jump on the trend, make full use out of it, and provide effective solutions to the problems we have in the world of business today. So moving on to the fourth question, it states mention the important features of Power BI. Well, as you might already know it now that you're on the video here, Power BI has many features, right? So you can probably talk 20 minutes just about the features of Power BI, but then do read the room. Understand what the interviewer is expecting. Is he or she expecting a concise and a small answer, or is he or she expecting you to elaborate on it? Or whatever the case, at least make sure you mention four of the important features. See, for example, Power BI is used to transform data into beautiful looking visualization and aesthetic presentation and helps you share it very easily. First point. The second point is that you can have the ability to bring in data from multiple sources. In fact, perform a quick analysis even before you work on it, have an all-in-one view of it as well. Coming on to point number 3. Point number 3 talks about how you can scale your data, how you can scale your solutions right from the startups all the way till the established organizations out there, be it governance, be it security, be it military, whatever it is. The span of Power BI is as good as the implementation itself. So at the end of the day, when you're thinking about it, you can span it anywhere you want. And then fourth point, once an output is basically generated, what happens in the case of Power BI is that users have the capability to actually scale these and show it in multiple devices at the same time if it supports the Power BI application as well. If you want to show the output on your phone, yes, possible. Laptop, yes. Have it on the cloud, yes. Put it on a website, yes. So there's many things that you can do with Power BI if there is support to do it as well. And the support for Power BI from Microsoft is of course really good. So these are some of the very important points, right? But then when you have to try to showcase that you know a little bit more about Power BI, you can talk about the NLP capabilities of Power BI. You can talk about Power BI Q&A, which of course we'll discuss in the next couple of questions, on how, of course, user can make use of queries on reporting by not really having to use complex programming languages or let's say complex querying techniques to work with the database as well. So there's many things. But as I mentioned, make sure to talk about the top 4 or 5 features of Power BI. Now with this, moving on to the fifth question, it states, is Power BI free to use? The answer is yes. Users can actually make use of Power BI for free in case if you have had practical experience using it. Well, but the best of the best features of Power BI can be availed with the Pro subscription that costs a little bit of money. Of course, this can be purchased from the Microsoft Store or through the application itself. It's a subscription-based application where you can actually go on to use enhanced features of already existing feature set that's provided with the free account. So if the basic features and functionalities work good enough for you to solve your problem, then perfect. If not, if there is a requirement for let's say more ease of use, or let's say there is a requirement for more powerful filters or whatever it is, then considering a Pro account or a Pro subscription definitely adds a lot of value. Because what most business users do is they have a subscribed account where it provides a lot more features. See, for example, instant data refreshes by the day, and many other powerful solutions which are missed in the free version. It is totally understandable, but do know that Power BI Pro subscription makes Power BI pack a huge punch. It's a very powerful tool, even in its free form, but once you go paid, once you go all in, it's a beautiful app to work with as well. So make sure to answer it this way. Coming on to question number 6, it states, what are the versions of Power BI? See, Power BI versions, you really don't have to talk about the version number and all of that when you ask this question, but talk about how Power BI is basically divided, right? See, it's a tool that brings a lot of flexibility when you talk about data reporting, handling, and working with it and whatnot. So, to complement all of these, to leverage the power of Power BI and make the full use out of it, it is divided into multiple versions. We have the Power BI Desktop, which is basically used as an on-premise software for Windows 10 or any other Windows for that matter. And then we have the Power BI services, which are used for publishing and pushing the reports to the cloud directly. And then we have the mobile Power BI, where we try to cater solutions via the mobile operating systems as well, be it iOS, be it Android, and more. So these are the 3 important versions that you should mention when you ask this question. It's Power BI Desktop, Power BI Service, and of course Power BI Mobile or Mobile Power BI. Now, with this, we can move on to the 7th question that states, what is Power BI Desktop? This can be a follow-up to the last question as well. So, Power BI Desktop is actually a Windows-based application that is used for personal computers. It is used for laptops. It is used for microcomputers. That is basically used, to design dashboards, to generate reports, and to publish them to the cloud at the end of the day. And finding the most native way to do it in the Windows operating system is what Power BI helps us to do. So by making use of Power BI on PCs, right, a full-fledged environment is actually not even required to work with. If you have a basic machine that has the capability to run Power BI, then it's more than sufficient that you start working with it. For example, for some features, right, you will not even require being connected to the internet as well. So if you have to work offline, then of course you can do it. But then if you have to publish it to the cloud or share it with colleagues, then of course there is the requirement for internet, but I'm sure you already know that. Now, when you're thinking about how easy it is to get started with Power BI desktop, well, you can jump right in, check out some samples out there as well, and begin working to learn, or let's say explore around Power BI without having any prior experience using the tool as well. So that's one of the big advantages of making use of Power BI desktop. You can get right in, get your hands messy, and see what you can come up with as well. Now, moving on to the 8th question, it states, what are the major components of Power BI? Power BI has 5 very important components that you have to talk about. One is the Power Pivot, where we talk about how we can fetch the data, clean the data, and load it onto what we call as Power Query. Power Query is used in between the user interaction between the data that is present and how we interact with it based on a lot of features, programming sets, and for example, operations such as loading the data, pulling the data, cleaning the data, and a lot more. And of course, Power QA is basically to interact with the reports that we generate from the data, and this is done by using simple language as well. And then we have the Power View. The Power View is basically used to create a lot of charts, graphs, maps, and many other types of visuals that we can use to aesthetically present the data in the form of a good dashboard or great report as well. And lastly, we have Power Map. Power Map will make sure that we can have the processing power of global icons on the screen, where we're trying to depict or show the processing of accurate geographical locations that are present in the data sets. For example, sales figures in a particular country, support operations in another part of the world. A lot more that you can do with Power Map. So when you ask this question, make sure to mention the 5 different components of Power BI. That's Power Map, Power Q&A, Power Query, Power View, and of course Power Pivot. So with this, we can check out the 9th question that states, what is the purpose of the Get Data icon in Power BI? This is a very commonly asked question, but then it has a very simple solution. The Get Data icon, as the name suggests, is actually used to ingest all the data into your Power BI dashboard or your working environment. You can have Excel files, you can have XML files, be it JSON, PDF, SharePoint, CSV files, a lot of other files that you can directly ingest into your program, or in fact into your working environment with just 1 or 2 clicks. That is how simple it is, and we use that icon for this purposes, right? So in case if you have databases such as SQL Server Analytics Services, you have Oracle, IBM, MySQL, Access, Microsoft Access, of course, and lot more that you can start pulling in and check out what data sets are supported by Power BI, how you can pull it in, and how you can make full use out of it with 1 or 2 clicks as well. That's the specialty of this particular button. Now, if you're wondering about pulling data from the cloud directly, the answer is yes. You can directly hook up your Power BI into Microsoft Azure network and multiple other cloud platforms as well. And through this button, through this icon, you will find all the options and all the things that are required to pull all the data and bring it into your working environment easily. That's the advantage of Power BI. Now, moving on to the 10th question, it states, how can we filter the data we ingested in Power BI? Well, data filtering is something that Power BI is definitely known for. It's popular for. What happens here is that data can be filtered by making use of a lot of filters that are already present, in fact, implicitly. So you really don't have to explicitly start working on it. If you program your Power BI to do it automatically for you, it has the capability to do it. But then when we talk about the filters, right, there are 3 important types of filters in Power BI that we have. One we call as the drill through filters. Second, we have the page level filters. And third, we have the report level filters. When we talk about the drill through filters, what we're trying to do here is that, especially in Power BI desktop, users can go on to create a page where their report is present, but then there are many things on a report that can get confusing, right? But with the drill through filter, as the name suggests, we're trying to drill through to the specific requirements that we have. Let's say we're talking about a manufacturing pipeline. Here you can go on to concentrate with suppliers, concentrate about customers, manufacturers, the graphs that are involved behind it, how these values are changing with respect to time, and a lot more. So to hone in on that particular requirement that we have to focus on, that is where drill through filters come into the picture. And then we have the page level filters. Page level filters where we try to filter out via each individual page, as the name suggests, pretty simple. And then we have the report level filters. Again, here we try to simultaneously filter all of the charts that are present in all of the pages of a single report. So one report can have multiple pages. If a page has to be filtered, we can use page level filters. If the reports have to be filtered, we have report level filters. But at the end of the day, if you have to get into a particular report, a particular page of that report, then perform some focus analysis on it, then you have the drill through filters. So make sure to answer this in a clear and a concise way. Now, coming on to question number 11. Question number 11 states, where is data stored in Power BI? When data gets ingested into the Power BI environment, it gets stored into two types of tables. One is we have the fact table, and the other we have the dimension tables. So what happens in the case of fact tables is that we have a central table in the schema, what we call as the star schema. You might know it if you have worked on data warehousing. So a fact table will consider and store all of the quantitative information that is required for us to perform analytics. But one very important thing that you have to mention about fact tables is that the data is not normalized in the case of fact tables. So make sure to mention that. Now, when we talk about the dimension tables, right? Dimension tables on the other hand also make use of a star schema, but here what we're trying to do is we're trying to store the metadata of the data as well. So think about storing attributes, think about storing dimensions, think about storing things that actually describe the data or describe the objects that are present in our previous fact table where the data is actually stored. Fact table is where we have the data. Dimension table is where we express and talk more about the data. Think of it that way. So when you ask this question about where the data is stored, make sure you talk about fact tables and make sure you talk about dimensional tables, and of course state how each of these work as well. So moving on to the 12th question, it says, what are content packs? Well, content packs are again one of the most important things in the world of Power BI, because this is where we can package reports, dashboards, data set, share it with other people very easily. Because one thing about a content pack is that whenever you head to a website, right, your portal, the Power BI portal, here you can merge your workspace list. Here you can check out all your reports, check out all your dashboards without having to put much effort into it. But then when you have to stress a little bit about content packs, right? So what it mainly does is it provides limited access or complete access to certain charts, certain lists, certain pages, and certain reports based on your organization structure. So if you want to deny access or authorize access to some people, you can do that. The second thing is that you can customize it with a title, give it a little description, and make sure that the user or the person who's seeing the reports or the dashboard has the ability to pick what's required and leave what's not required. So with content packs, that can be done. And of course, we have the next point, which talks about how users can have access and create new dashboard from the content pack itself, rather than having to open up the tool again and working with it hands on. So these three features form to be one of the most notable features of content packs. And at the end of the day, whenever you talk about content packs, know one thing, this is a topic where you can definitely stress on and talk about for 5 to 10 minutes straight, but then there is a very good chance that the interviewer is expecting a clear and a concise answer. So make sure you keep it that way.
Just a quick info, guys. Intellipaat provides Power BI online certification training in partnership with Microsoft, mentored by industry experts. The course link is given in the description below. Now, let's continue with the session.
Now with this, we can check out the 13th question that states, what are the different views in Power BI desktop? Well, there are 3 different views in Power BI that you're supposed to know about, and each of these view has its own unique purpose. For example, we have the report view. In the report view, what we're trying to do is we're trying to add visualizations, add multiple report pages, add multiple reports, and see how we can publish it right then and there from the Power BI desktop. So this is the report view, where we can actually have a full scale view of what's going on. Then we have the data view. Data view is where we perform operations such as data pre-processing, data shaping, and all of these by making use of the query editor tools. So this is data view. And then we have the third different view in Power BI. This is basically the relationship view. The relationship view is used to actually show and manage the relationships that are present in the data sets that we are working with currently as well. So each of these view, as you can see, a relationship view gives the ability for us to manage relationships. Data view gives us a header through which we can work with the query editor tools, and we have the report view where we can add visualizations and work with the report directly directly as well. So you can see these are three different views that do three different things as well. So it is very important that you answer it this way. Now with this, we can check out the 14th question that states, what is row level security? This is a very important question, so make sure to concentrate. So a low level security, basically what it does, it means that it is trying to restrict the data that a user can actually access, the user can view and work with it by making use of certain set of filters that come built in Power BI. So, to configure this and to begin working with row level security, all you have to do is you have to, configure and put into place certain rows and of course certain roles and of course certain rules as well. Because in Power BI, this is very easy to do, and these rules and roles that you provide is applicable as soon as you push it to the Power BI service as well. Let's say if you have to put it to the cloud, put it to a website, Power BI mobile, whatever it is. So there is a function here, what we call as the username function. This is used along with the table relationships to see which user has access to what kind of data in the data set as well. So if you're the current user working on it, this function can actually show what restrictions are applicable to the current data. Now, when you're thinking about enabling row level security, right, one important thing that you have to know about is to do this, you require the Power BI Pro subscription. So this cannot be done in the free subscription, but then, Excel sheets can of course be used wherever it's being converted to the PBIX file format, which is the Power BI index format as well. So make sure you talk about how the Power BI Pro subscription is needed, how it works, how you can configure, and how you can use the username function to actually showcase the relationship between the data access and the current user who's using it as well. Now, moving on to the 15th question, it says, what is DAX and what are the benefits of making use of variables in DAX? DAX is an acronym for data analysis expressions, and this is one of the most important things in Power BI because this is what we use to query and return all of the data by making use of table expressions in Power BI. So it's actually a language. Think of it like SQL, where we're actually trying to use formulas, where we're trying to perform basic calculations, where we're trying to perform data analysis on all the data that's present in Power Pivot. But then we're not trying to talk about the data directly, but then we're trying to see how we can work with the data. Hence, this is where it differs from your query language. It's used to compute your columns, calculated fields, your measures. You can do a lot with DAX. At the end of the day, what you cannot do is you cannot insert or modify the data. But then apart from that, since your data is already ingested from multiple sources, working with it, performing analytics on it, and then driving results out of it is very easy, and that's the primary purpose of DAX. So what are some of the benefits of making use of DAX, right? See, when you're using variables in DAX, what happens is that every variable that we use in DAX can be reusable. So here, you will really not have to write multiple queries to get a lot done. Small amount of queries can do a lot to your source database. And at the end of the day, variables are these entities that makes DAX expressions understandable by us. So keeping it high level, keeping it simple, ensuring reusability is set makes our job very easy when we work with DAX or data analysis expressions as well. So when you ask this question, make sure to provide the answer in a clean and a crisp way. Now, coming on to the 16th question. The 16th question states, what is bidirectional cross-filtering in Power BI? Well, BCF, as we call it in short, or bidirectional cross-filtering, is actually used to allow the data modelers to make sure that they can use filters the way they want to control the relationship between tables. As the name suggests, it's bidirectional, right? So we'll have a secondary table here, on the other side of the actual primary table relationship, where we propagate the data on the filter context from the first one to the second one. This is done to make sure that you really don't have to use any sort of complex DAX formulas or any, complex data modeling entities that will help you solve the relationship. What happens whenever we discuss about many-to-many problems, and to avoid, the ability of actually going to mix up the data or messing up the relationship in the table as well. So with this cross filtering, we are trying to use multiple tables again to make sure we determine the relationship and then work with it. So what this does is it simplifies the job for data modelers whenever they have to work with the many-to-many problem, and simplify on how data can be used, pre-processed, analyzed, and of course at the end of the day documented and published in the required formats as per the client's requirement or as per the goal as well. So this is what bidirectional cross filtering is. Coming on to the 17th question, it says, how are relationships defined in Power BI Desktop? Well, one thing you should know about Power BI Desktop is that there is no null values, there is no duplicate rows, and there are relationships in between tables that can be defined in more than one way. So what are these ways? We have two things. One is we can do it manually. The second thing is we can make use of the auto detect feature for this. If we have to do it manually, if you have to define the relationships manually, then the user can go on to use the key structure, where you can use primary keys, where you can use foreign keys, map the data, and then work with it. But then if you have to make use of the auto detect feature, right? With the auto detect feature, if we have this enabled, Power BI has the capability to actually understand the relationships in between tables and then map the relationships for us automatically. Sometimes it does it right, but then sometimes it's a minor case where one or two relationships can get a little twitchy and messed up. In that case, of course, you can manually go in and fix it, but do understand that it's very powerful. It knows what it does, and 95% of the time it has the capability to detect it automatically and split out and create the relationships that we want in the case of Power BI as well. So with that, Power BI is something that offers a lot for a lot less effort that we put into it actually. Now, moving on to the 18th question, it says, what is advanced editor in Power BI? Well, advanced editor, as the name suggests, is where we try to see the query that Power BI uses whenever we go on to import the data. The query is actually written in a language what we call as the Power Query formula language, or in short it's called as the M code. So to view our particular query code, right, especially when we're making use of Power BI Desktop, just go to edit queries from the home tab. This is where you can directly access it, and you can work with the advanced editor to see what query is being used. It will display the query for you. What is the current query that's running, what query have you selected, and what transformations you can apply on it as well. So of course, to apply the actual transformations, we're going to have to go into the query editor and select each individual step, type in the query, and then work with it. But then one thing you really have to know is that all of the things that we can do, right, to the particular code that we're talking about, it's easily done in the case of advanced editor because it provides all the basic functionality and a lot more as well. So in that particular case, you have the basic functioning bare bones of it, and you have a lot more features that you may or may not use as well. So to check out all of these, make sure you're talking about the M code, make sure you're talking about how you can go on to actually use the advanced editor and what the advanced editor does as well. Now, moving on to the 19th question, it says, why should general formatting be applied to data in the case of Power BI? Well, this is a very generic question, even though it might seem a little specific, because at the end of the day, general formatting needs to be applied to a lot of data that we have, right? See, in Power BI, what we're trying to do is we're trying to categorize the data, we're trying to identify data, and we're trying to see what's the easiest way we can work with it. So to do this, you will require relationships. To do this, you'll require custom formulas and a lot more, right? Now to do all of this, let's say you have to create a new column to work with it. You can go on to add a custom column, type in the name of the column, type in the relationship, type in the formulas, and it is just 4 or 5 clicks away. So general formatting is basically done to make sure that your task can be reduced to a minimum at the end of the day. As that's exactly what Power BI aims to do. You having to do a lot less for the code, and the code in fact is going to do a lot more for you. So to have a new column name, have a new box for it, have a formula for it, to map a relationship, to see what it does, is probably 5 or 6 clicks away, and it's as simple as that. So to kind of leverage this, we make use of general formatting. Now, coming on to the 20th question, it states, what are the most common data shaping techniques that are present in Power BI? It's not just Power BI. There are many other business intelligence tools that use this as well. Some of the most common things are, manually removing columns and rows based on the requirement. We can add indexes to keep the data a little more structured. We can apply a sorting order to see how we can work with the data and how we can actually, work with it in a structured way. And of course, there are many other things too. But what are some of the most widely used data shaping techniques? If it is asked, the answer is this: either manual removal of column and rows, or addition of indices, or of course sorting the data based on an order as well. So moving on to the 21st question, it says, which in-memory analytics engine is used in the case of Power Pivot? So one important talk about Power Pivot is of course its in-memory analytics engine, right? And there is no other engine unlike Xvelocity in my opinion, because this engine has the capability to handle large amount of data store it in columnar databases and present it to you like it's absolutely nothing. Like it doesn't break a sweat to do it. That is how efficient it is, and that is how intelligent it can get as well. So this is done very quickly in a very rapid manner because the data actually gets stored onto the RAM, and since it is on the RAM and not on the hard disk, your processing speed, your data read speed, your data write speed has gone exponentially up. And what this does, it makes sure that your processing speed is very high and that you can use it rapidly as well. And this is exactly what makes the X Velocity engine very powerful as well. So with this, we can come to the 22nd question that states, what is Power BI Designer? Power BI Designer is actually a new tool that's been put into Power BI, where it provides the ability for the users to create a lot of good looking reports, intuitive dashboards without you having to put much effort again. So you can change the visual aspects of the data, the aesthetics of the data with probably 4 or 5 clicks as well, because this is done to make sure that you can spend a good amount of time with the actual process of the goal, with the actual process of making a decision based on the analytics that you just drove, rather than having to spend time creating all of these reports. So this easy manipulation of the aesthetic part of it is exactly what Power BI Designer does. One thing about the Power BI Designer that Microsoft is doing right is that they have put in a lot of drag and drop capabilities. What it means is that you can start dragging in and dropping in data. Let's say where you want to create a canvas report, or let's say if you have a layout where you want to start dragging in widgets, dragging in charts, dragging in maps, whatever it is, right? It's only a mouse click or a pull away. That's how simplified things have become in today's world of Power BI with the help of Power BI Designer. So when you ask this question, make sure to answer it in a clear and a concise way. Coming on to question number 23, it states, is it possible to refresh Power BI reports after they get published to the cloud? The answer is a very simple and a straightforward yes, because gateways are put into place for us to do just this. After the reports have been pushed to the cloud, we can edit it and we can refresh it based on the changes in the data that has happened. So how can we do this? There are two ways. So if you've shared it using SharePoint, then we have the DMG gateway, or the data management gateway, that we make use of it. And then if you've shared it on powerbi.com, then we have the Power BI personal gateway that we can make use for this purpose. So depending on how the data gets published to the cloud, either by using SharePoint or either by using the powerbi.com website, we have two gateways that help us refresh the data. Now, after understanding this,
Just a quick info, guys. Test your knowledge of Power BI by answering this question. The principal arrival of Power BI depends on which of the following: A. Microsoft Excel, B. Microsoft Word, C. Microsoft PowerPoint, D. Microsoft Outlook. Comment down your answers in the comment section below. Subscribe to Intellipaat to know the right answer. Now, let's continue with the session.
There could be a follow-up question which states, what are the gateways that are available in Power BI and why do we use them, right? See, a gateway is, as you just saw in the previous question, a bridge that is used to gap the differences. And a gateway, as you previously saw, is basically a bridge that is used to gap the on-premise data with the Azure cloud services that are present. So to do this, right, to make use of gateways, there are two types of gateways that are present in Power BI. One, we have the personal gateway and we have the on-premise gateway. A personal gateway is one where we can have the data imported and make sure we use it, but only by making use of Power BI service and on their website. So by making use of personal gateway, check out the name, it says personal. This means that it can only be used, accessed and worked on by one authority or one person. Now, we have the on-premise gateway. On-premise gateway is, let's say, an expanded version or an addition to personal gateway with a lot more features. Here you can work with direct query, you can have multiple users work with this, you can have many users refresh the data to see the progress as well, to see when the refreshes happened at what time. You can basically get analytics about refreshing as well. So that is how powerful gateways are. So when you ask this question, make sure to talk about the personal gateway, make sure to mention the on-premise gateway, about how personal gateway only works for Power BI service, while the on-premise gateway allows multiple users to work with as well. Moving on to the 25th question, it states, how can geographical data be mapped into Power BI reports? Geographical data can be mapped into the Power BI reports in a very simple fashion. It's by making use of map charts and filled map charts, right? So I'm sure if you're at this point of time in your interview preparation, you will already know this, or you would have used this as well. So by making use of map charts and filled map charts, we find the easiest way where we can visualize geographical data, be it your local locality, be it your local regional data, or global data as well. Power BI has a one important integration is with Bing Maps, where we can pick up the default coordinates for locations. You can use geocoding, and you can make use of mapping places without having to know its latitude and longitude coordinates directly as well. So with this integration with Bing Maps, it makes it very intuitive for the user and the developer to actually go on to work with the tool, rather than working on understanding, knowing, noting, and using longitudes and latitudes as well. But then, of course, if you have to use it, you can. But there, do you have to compulsorily use it? The answer is no. Now, moving on to the 26th question, it says, what happens when you click on a single data point in one of the multiple visuals in a report? See, it's very simple. What happens when you click on a single data point is that the data gets selected and copied into your clipboard. That's about it. But then it's a very tricky question, and sometimes people fumble upon answering this, but then do not do that. Now you know the answer to this, right? So when you go on to do that, all your data gets selected, the single data point, of course, it gets copied to the clipboard. And of course, whenever you have copied data, you can paste it anywhere that you need it and use it. And this is at the end of the day put into place to make sure that you can work with Power BI effectively, and you really don't have to spend much time with all of these native things as well. So when you click on a data point, it gets copied, use this in the clipboard to paste it wherever you require it and use it. As simple as that. Moving on to the 27th question, it states, what is Z order in Power BI? Z order is actually a design strategy that is put into place where we try to arrange the visuals by making use of certain shapes. So what the Z order does is that, we can define it, we can have an implementation where we're trying to show the report which consists of multiple elements, where we're trying to refresh the display, of how the order of elements gets changed in case the reports itself are changed. See, you will have data in the reports, and this will be constant and working fine. But then if your data changes in the report, there's a very good chance your report can change too, right? So let's say your order of item changes, your item entity itself changes, or there's a change in the relationship. In this particular case, we make use of this strategical approach where we are trying to arrange our visuals by considering the shapes. So with this, what happens is that, when anything changes, right, it really doesn't mess up the dashboard or mess up the workstation, but it works really well and it holds the aesthetic ability for the display as well. So in that particular reference, Z order is a very important thing in Power BI. So coming on to the 28th question, it states, how do you stay up to date with the new and upcoming concepts in Power BI or in BI itself? See, whenever you're talking about this question, right, in a business intelligence interview, this is a very commonly asked question. The interviewer here, he or she, in fact, is trying to assess your interest of Power BI to see if you have the ability, the interest to actually, go on to explore new things that come into this world of BI and how best you can leverage it. Because today's software is tomorrow's obsolete when you think about it, right? Even in the case of Power BI, yes. Just check out the initial releases of Power BI and Power BI now. There's a day and night difference with the number of added features and how simplified Power BI is to use these days. So in that particular case, the interviewer tries to understand on how you approach something new, how you understand it, how you learn it, and how you implement it as well. Because it's not just learning new things, right? In the world of business intelligence, there is a problem that requires a solution. It is as simple as that. If you know the latest bells and whistles, the latest tools and techniques that you can go on to use it, then of course it makes your job very easy. It saves you time and money. It saves the employer time and money. Now at the end of it, the interviewer wants to understand how well you are prepared to scale yourself up in a production environment as well. So if you're a fresher or a person out of college, you might not have a lot of production experience, right, in a production environment. Now, with this, the interviewer can get a solid idea of you having the capability to learn new things and effectively build on it too. So answer it in a clear way, state your interest. So state how you find your own ways to learn new things. There is no one answer here that will fit for all of you guys. So I suggest you sit, have a notepad, make note of how you learn new things and state it that way. Now, moving on to the 29th question, it says, do you have any experience working in the same industry as ours before? This is definitely a commonly asked question in a Power BI interview because, as I told you, business intelligence is required for every industry, every field that you can think of in one way or another. So, let's say if you're applying, for the military, let's say if you're applying to perform business intelligence for a social media, for a hospital, or let's say a medical firm, in that particular case, they will want to know in case if you have worked in the same domain. It's just data familiarity. It's just knowing that you will be a better fit to that team there. So if you're a fresher, of course, you can just say no, that you really don't have any experiences, or you can take a little intelligent approach where you try to probably talk about the projects that you have done either in a certification program or in your college or something that has helped you understand this industry that you're trying to apply to. So make sure to talk about the experience in case if you have the experience. But then if you do not, if you're a fresher right out of college, then do talk about the tools, the techniques that you have used, and how you think that will be a best fit for the industry that you're applying for now. Moving on to the 30th question, it states, have you earned any sort of certification to improve your learning and your implementation process? This is a very, very, very important question because interviewers, especially in the world of business intelligence, they understand the weightage, they understand the leverage that a certified BI, comes into the picture. Because at the end of the day, they know that if you have put in time and effort into a certification program, that you've learned something new, it provides them a confidence that you have the ability to work on your career and that this is what you want to do in the long term. That you have the strong aspiration to actually learn on new things, pick up new things, and eventually solve problems by making complete use of your knowledge as well. And of course, you being an effective learner is something that they'll definitely look forward to if they're hiring you, right? These are some of the aspects that they expect for. And with a certification program, you already know that you will have comprehensive knowledge taught by experts. A good certification program will give you industry level projects. It will give you access to a lot of things where you can learn Power BI or any other IT concept for that matter. Learn it, understand what the problem is that you're trying to solve, find out ways on how you can approach experts, learn from them, and at the end of the day work with a community, or you can solo it out through to solve a problem. Because any IT concept, right? Think about big data, think about AI, think about business intelligence, whatever it is, everything here is put into place because we want to make use of the computational power around us to simplify a problem or simplify a task to the fullest. That is your advantage. And as first I mentioned, the first 3 points we discussed was the advantage that the interviewer wants to see in you. So when you're talking about a certification program, right, it always adds value that you talk about what you learned and how you implemented your learning there. You might have 3 or 4 certifications, or let's say even more as well. In that particular case, quickly list all the certifications you have, and if you feel like the interviewer wants more details about what you learned, which he or she definitely will do, in that particular case start elaborating about what you learned and what you got out of it. Because the outcome of a certification program is very important, not what the certification program is. So talk about what you learned, talk about how you plan to implement it, talk about how you have already implemented it in the past, and you should be good. Well, guys, I take this opportunity to wish you guys all the very best for all of your interviews. With this set, you have a clear idea of how you can approach these top Power BI interview questions in a clear and a concise way, and how you can answer them to the best of your abilities as well. So with this, I'm sure you guys can be one step closer to acing all of your Power BI interviews.
Just a quick info, guys. Intellipaat provides Power BI online certification training in partnership with Microsoft, mentored by industry experts. The course link is given in the description below. So guys, we have come to the end of the session. If you have any doubts, please put down your comments in the comment section below. We will try to answer it as soon as possible.